Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, August the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, Raj. You guys can hear me and see my screen. Excellent. Well, let's talk a little bit about Peloton. Yesterday, I know I certainly said this, and I'm sure many others thought the same thing. I had a little news about Walmart, or Amazon yesterday popped the stock, but earnings were this morning, and I said I would never be holding this for earnings, and so boom, popped down on the earnings release. I just glanced at it, looked really bleak, but anyway, there it is. The low of a couple of days ago is 1067. Snow is an earnings play. SNOW. Snow is an earnings play. Big gap up for it. 19%. Big float. 20%. 270 million. That's a big gap up for a Snow earnings play. LGVN. LGVN. European Patent News. So this is pop that one. ANF is an earnings play. Abercrombie and Fitch is an earnings play. Big gap down for it. Boy, look at this. Look at this gap down here. Look at this daily chart. So we're at this level here. 1624. What are we now? 1625. 1631. Man, I think we're taking all of this daily action out now with that low, with ANF. SPLK. SPLK Splunk is another earnings play, gapping down on earnings, down 10%, underneath 100. Could be an interesting one. Of course, now with EV focus again with the California, etc. yesterday, Frey, Frey. Goldman has put an upgrade on them with a price target to $19. That's Frey. DXLG, a little retailer, I think, China? No, sorry. So DXLG is a earnings play, retailer, coming right into the 200-day moving average. 493, and there's the 200 at 498, the VWAP's at 492. I don't see any news on this one. It had a big spike up, it pulled back, but I just don't see any news on it. Very strange looking chart right now, kind of flattening out. I almost thought this was some kind of a reverse split, but it's up 28%, 1.5 million. I just can't see any specific news for VACC. By the way, Diego in the YouTube room, I don't really know what you're talking about. The sort by on your trade ideas. I don't really know what you're talking about. I'm assuming you're not talking about just sorting on a column. TCRT, this was an active one yesterday. TCRT was an active one yesterday and continues to be active. Look at this big pop yesterday for TCRT. And a continuation, bit of a continuation. Boy, there's no, let's back this daily out and see where there's, I don't know, it started trading as TCRT back in January, I guess. I don't think this is an IPO. Probably was maybe a symbol name change. We have it at 91%, so there's got to be some high back here. Maybe when it was trading on another symbol. But anyway, TCRT, big gap up now again. TCRT, little bio. I don't see any specific news for today. And then KAVL, yeah, just as I was going to open the room, KAVL, this is a manufacturer of e-cigarettes. Of course, they came under, not them, but the whole industry came under fire a while back, looking like it was going to get banned, I guess. But I don't know if this is a reprieve. Pity Vapor wins merit case against the FDA. So let's take a look at some. Here they are, guys. Here's the Troika, as I used to always refer to them. Fuel Cell Plug and Ballard used to always trade about the same. I don't mean necessarily the same price, but they'd always all go up or all go down the same day. So there's Fuel Cell, Plug, and Ballard, BLDB. Welcome, Carl. Welcome to the room. I guess we can call Plug the leader. Okay, now I'm just looking to see if anything else. I see TME. What is TME doing right now? TME, 10 cent. Okay, so TME, China stock, as Zach pointed out before, China stock seem to be moving. Let's take a look at KWEB. Yeah, KWEB is, yeah, big pop for KWEB, 4%. So most of the China stocks are probably going to move at the beginning anyway. Okay, Ren, so if you go to the guide, I'll give you my homepage. So if you go to my homepage, okay, click on my homepage link, and then go to the education section, and then click on the user guide. And here you go, TI stock. This gives you a couple of videos. In fact, there are about three videos, how to set it up, lots of text. I would really take a look at this first, okay? Gives you all the information about how to set up your own stock race. Of course, I am sharing two of mine, but that definitely will help you, okay, Ren? Yeah, SX, I don't know the answers to those questions, okay? The same thing, by the way, if you guys were having problems, if you recall, if you were in the room yesterday, you recall when I was looking at at the download page, it was all kind of messed up, huge fonts and all that. And I guess we had some had it was a domain issue, so I had to do a flush of my DNS this morning in order to get things working again. But I cannot comment otherwise. All I know is that it worked for me. The only issue is that, well, yeah, it worked for me. And you were right. So Ryan in our YouTube room, yeah, I'm just looking here. Amazon adopts green. So Amazon signs hydrogen supply deal with Plug Power. So that is official news now, also for Plug. Hence the big pop. Yeah, I mean the whole idea of the Tesla forward split, in theory, make it more affordable to more people, etc. I mean that is a theory, okay? Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to explode from here, but it is over the 200-day moving average now, the new 200-day moving average. So again, if you're looking at Tesla right now and going, oh my gosh, what happened? They did their 1-for-3 reverse split, a forward split, effective today. So again, that was a 900. So it's like a 900 before, 300 now. All right, let me check to see what the analysts are doing today regarding upgrades and downgrades. They've been very quiet the last few days. Let's see if they're still. Yeah, interesting. This is from briefing.com. It's like they're taking a big vacation until September. So there are the upgrades. I've got the downgrades in now. Not too many. Many downgrades either. Home builders are, wow, a lot of the home builders are getting hit. Well, Bank of America anyway. Home builders, land, KBH, and toll all being downgraded by Bank of America. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Yeah, I don't, I guess he's some influential guy, obviously. I should have mentioned that. Yeah, $100 million figs. I've got that on my list here. $100 million investment by Ron Barron. SSSY got, or sorry, SSY. I had this on my list, but I think it just looked like it wasn't going to do anything. But look at this now, SSY guys, SSY on the move here. Look at this volume it came in. It's a low float, 4.9 million in the float. Trying to see if there's any space. That was the reason when I looked at it, I couldn't see any specific reason. So I thought, oh, well, it's not going to really do anything. But wow, all of a sudden it is just taken off. SSY through that 200-day moving average yesterday. So when we look left on a daily chart, I mean, what do we have to do to back this up to see highs? So November of last year, there were that was the next high looking left around 238. After that, you're looking at pretty stern resistance, looks like to me anyway, around that 250 mark. So I don't know if this really has that much more to go. That's the SSY, unless there's some really specific news that I'm not seeing. Hey Mookie, good to see you back. I know it probably was a tough time for you over the last few days, but nice to see you back. Okay, so Todd, okay, so this is going to be a general announcement, okay? General announcement, guys. If you're having problems, domain name and all that stuff, you might have to, what I had to do the same thing this morning, I had to flush my DNS, if that's the right term, okay? I had to do the same thing. So I can put this came from Trade Ideas, of course. Just give me a moment. And it worked. It was a little always hesitant to do stuff like that, but it was one of the developers at Trade Ideas who told me to do it, and it worked for me. These are the instructions. Oh, okay, you got that. Okay, so just in case, those are the instructions. The IP config, yes, the DNS flush. Now, the only thing that happened with me, Todd, is that when I tried to go to like when I tried to go back to the site, it was saying something to the effect that security violation, et cetera, et cetera. I had to remove the S in the HTTP. I had to remove the S, and then that got me running again. Yeah, exactly, Harry. Same with me. I thought, oh, man. And then when I did my flush, I couldn't get into the room and I was really sweating. But anyway, it was just a matter of getting rid of the S in the HTTP S, getting rid of that, and then logging in like normal. So maybe, yeah, Joan, maybe, Jorn on the KAVL, KAVL. I was using Chrome. I have Chrome. So I guess it also depends on your browser, but I was using Chrome, or am using Chrome. The only issue I had, if you guys remember, when I was trying to show the download site, all of a sudden had this crazy, crazy font. I mean, huge, huge, huge. That was the only issue I saw yesterday. But then this morning when I tried to load Trade Ideas, I couldn't. It wouldn't load at all. Anyway, my gap up is sort of just on time, Ron. I mean, it's just the latest one. That's all. All right, guys, it's almost 9:20. So what I like to do now is just take a look at the sectors. Do I also run? I haven't really been running races on the short side. I haven't really been doing that. There's no reason not to, I suppose, but I really haven't. I just am finding it really hasn't mattered what the market is doing. Finding these nice ones that are moving higher. I mean, I could easily just flip it. I do have a race based on that, but I haven't run it. If I'm looking for shorts, I still kind of rely on this one, the 10-day daily breakdown. That's about all I'm really looking for right now. Minimum volume, 220,000. I don't know. I haven't looked at it for so long. 50,000 shares. Minimum volume 50,000. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. So I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on docked channel bar, and then we'll look at the major sectors. Go to sector status. And we're in for a positive open, so most of the sector should be up. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Here's the energy sector, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 100% in green, that means that, oh, I have no idea. Well, best IPO this week for major upside? No idea. I mean, the Jay-Z tomorrow has got a very low low number of shares, low price, and it's a AMTD who is behind it, which were the guys behind the other one that went to 2,500. But I really don't know. All depends on how it opens. It's like the other one that opened at the one I liked. I thought I was going to get into is the STBX, but it opened at 24 or 28. Immediately was halted, and then it was at 40. So no opportunity. So I mean, it's impossible to know. These are all really crazy little IPOs. Okay. So anyway, the 100% green, that means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close, okay? So that's what that means. So when you look at the other sectors, so 83% of the technology stocks that make up XLK, et cetera, et cetera. There is the only weak sector that I see, or the weakest sector so far looks like retail, okay? But it's still mildly positive, 62% are above yesterday's close. Of course, this can all turn around. If I look at this in about half an hour to 45 minutes, but look at the change from the open, we could have a very different look. But we have a bunch of IPOs. Yeah, I mean, there are three of them today, in theory, three of them today and three of them tomorrow. All small guys. It's impossible to know which one. I mean, really, it is. I mean, the JZ tomorrow, only because it's got AMTD behind it. You know what they did with the other one, the one that went to $2,500. So this doesn't mean this one is going to do the same thing. All we can do is just, put your price alerts and see what happens when they open. Ron, in the well, time, you mean remember now, time is only for an alert window. Yeah. Yeah, Ron, and anybody else, please, if unless it's a specific stock we're talking about, just put it in general market talk or even trade ideas questions, okay? But time is just another column. So if you don't have the time column in the alert window, just right click, configure, and click on columns, and time is right there. If you're looking for time and it's a topless window, you won't see it. The reason being is that the topless window just automatically updates on its own. No, SBTX, no, they were not the same people. Okay, just going to delete comments that are not, okay, guys? Not trying to be mean or anything, just trying to delete the comments in the specific stock section that are not specific stocks, okay? No, you're okay. You're okay, Will. You're in the general market talk. That's okay. I mean, I got this gap up and gap down, but really this is it. I mean, the pre-market actives up and down is what I really watch. This just gives me an audible alert when a stock makes a new high or a new low. But really, I'm just really focusing on my pre-market actives up and down. Morning, YouTubers. Well, that RVAC at the end of the day gave me a nice, nice gain, but it sure did not hold it. Looking after hours, it looked like it was going to. There's the 4 o'clock candle, but all of a sudden it just got hammered all the way down. I was actually thinking of holding just a piece of this in case it did some crazy stuff after hours, but the minute it started to drop, I said, nope, you're not holding any more of this. So I got out of it completely. Hmm. Okay, Todd, what I would do is start something right now. Just give me a moment, please. Go to our home page, and maybe somebody else can help you because if you've cleared your cache, the DNS and all that, and you've cleared that, and it's still not working, I'm not sure what I can how I certainly can't help you. But somebody else, one of the other tech people, well, I'm not tech at all, but somebody who is tech might be able to help you, okay? So click on the homepage link. Okay, so if you click on the homepage link, and then the questions and answers, and then ask, okay? And give them your email address, and hopefully they can fix it for you, okay? Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that, Will, in terms of only for employees. Listen, all of these crazy low float IPOs, I mean, we're not looking at fundamentals at all, okay? At all, at all, at all. These are not typical IPOs. These are not like IPOs of name companies that people have been waiting for. Wow, you hear Uber's going public or, something like that. Okay, these are just crazy little IPOs. They're just maybe 1 or 2 day trades and that's it. So I wouldn't personally, I wouldn't concern myself about revenues, number of employees, or anything else. We just try to see if we can get a trade out of it, and that's it. All right, guys. So we're getting close to this open now. Typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes, but I'll let things settle down a little bit. All right, we've got less than a minute. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. So this is second to last day of the test drive. Test drive ends tomorrow, but I guess you can have access to the program. Just a minute. Till the 29th. I guess that's Sunday. Did Avaya do that? Had a great day yesterday. Avaya. Yeah, it had a little bit of a run up. I thought it was more though. I thought it was actually more. All right, guys, we're ready to go here. My races have started. I'll get into the races in a bit, explain what's happening here, but let's see what happens at the beginning. Yeah, drug had a notice it in the pre-market was up a bit, 17%, and a very choppy trader. Look at these topping tails, 3 and 5 days ago. These huge topping tails, even one yesterday. Again, what does it mean? I mean, the buyers at one point had the price up here, and the sellers knocked it down. So doesn't give you a lot of confidence, but as an intraday trade, maybe it's going to give us something today. It's a low float, 7 million. So obviously an EV play, Nicola NKLA, little bit of a pop here. All right, so drug is on the move. Now let's take a look at yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 260. So, if we can somehow clear 260, then that next time, that's what we were looking at yesterday. Remember that now. And it just got stuck right at 260. And because the next high looking left was way up here around 340. Okay, so Zoidberg, yeah, there's a domain issue with some. Okay, so if you go to our homepage, they'll give you hopefully they'll give you some instructions. It's a matter of typically clearing your cache. Okay, I had the same issue this morning. So if your guys are having problems loading trade ideas, it could be, you probably have to clear your cache. You did the DNS flush, but no luck. Now, is it because when you tried to load trade ideas, was it HTTPS? Because I had to delete the S. Okay, yeah, I had to delete the S after I did the flush. I don't know if that is, and after that I was fine. So it just had to be HTTP and then the normal trade-ideas.com, or okay, that's what I had to do, if that makes sense. Well, you know how, okay, the address, like here's the address for the pro trading room, HTTPS. Okay, I had to delete the S. So when I was clicking on my normal link to get into trade ideas, I had to delete the S, if that makes sense. Just the IP address. Well, this is the first problem I've ever had with Chrome in this regard. So, okay, guys, I'm just kind of checking some of these early movers right now. Yeah, so drug is trying to get to yesterday's high. Yeah, there is. Yeah, Avaya. Nice move for Avaya now. So this is I think it actually took out that high. Um, yeah, 136, guys. So that's the key level. So it took out, if you look at the daily chart, let me back this up. What are you doing? The other way. So look at the daily chart for it. The next high looking left was 136, so it's above that. Now the next high is 223. Not okay, so not saying it's going to get there, but at least it's cleared that little hurdle. And that's for the Avaya, AVYA. Well, guys, drug is at yesterday's high right now. Key area. So why? Okay, so what happened is I put a conditional buy order in yesterday for drug, and it took it right now. I'm going to explain all that. I'm going to flatten it though. I want to. Well, well, again, Will, though, you understand that these IPOs are not, these are not holds, okay? These are not investments, these small IPOs. The problem with STBX is that it opened so incredibly strongly and was halted in a half a second, and then it opened again at 40. There was no opportunity to trade it. I guarantee that if it opened, well, not guarantee, but if it opened at say 10 or 12, and we've been able to get some, probably would have been not a bad first day trade. Problem is it opened so strongly with an immediate halt, and then the next, so there was no opportunity to trade it. They're all different though. I mean, we can't say that they're all going to be exactly the same. Wow, look at drug now, guys, through that 265 area. All right, solar play, I guess. No, I keep thinking this is a solar play, and it is not. Well, yes, it is. Yes, it is. But it's kind of EV solar, and that's the Sun W. So this has got some room. I mean, you look left, and 413 is the next high. And again, when I say this, I'm not saying it's getting to 413. It's just that when you look left, then you don't have to worry about chart resistance until that level. Okay, guys, the figs with that guy, Ron Barron. Not too familiar. I think I've seen the name before, but the claim is that he invested $100 million into this figs, FIGS. And this is why you have to be careful, okay? After a Reuters report suggesting that Ron Barron invested about $100 million in the company, suggesting. So you got to be a little bit careful. I'm not saying Reuters is wrong, but just got to be a little bit careful. Interest, guys. PINS on the move here. Beating up stock. PINS is on the move here. Nice little, it's on an earnings play, August 1st earnings, big float, but it is on the move. Next high looking left is, well, it's already taken the 227 or 2227 out. Next high is 2269. So, not that much room really to the next high. Again, this is really early. Okay, Frey, Frey. Now with the Goldman upgrade or a price target of 19, Frey, of course, EV play. The next high looking left is 1286. I mean, you can kind of tell if it takes out this 1286, maybe not today, but going forward, with that price target of 19 set by Goldman, this could really have a bit of a run. So I'm going to stick a price alert at 1288 to see if it takes it out sometime today, maybe tomorrow. AOS. Yeah, I mean, if we can get through that 729, I'm just looking left for KOS, looking left. But again, when I say that, I'm just looking at a daily chart. So I'm looking at the current price right now, excuse me, and disregarding the high of today. But if I look left, I try to find where the next high is, and it looks like the next high is 774. Well, the next high is 729, and then after that, 774. So I mean, if it can get through 729, and then the next high is 774, that's far enough away on a percentage basis. So it becomes an interesting, potential trade if it takes out 729. And Zach is saying that price target is raised. Who by? By Berenberg. Okay. To 850. But it's really early, guys. I mean, look at Frey. I mean, you would have thought, okay, Goldman, big name, of course, putting on their big price target, pops up to 1259, immediately comes right back down to 1230. So, I mean, if you're taking these early ones, unless you put really, really wide stops on, you're going to get shaken out in the first 15 minutes on a lot of trades. That's why I like to wait. I run the risk, of course, of having something run on me immediately and just keep going. But that's just the way it is. I'd rather do that than try to figure out what is going to keep going rather than trying to pile into something that then you get this big topping tail and it comes right back down. I'm not saying after 15 minutes that everything has settled down, but certainly it's a lot better than trying to take a trade right at 9:30, in my opinion, anyway. And if I were new to trading, I'd probably sit out the first 30 minutes. Don't be so anxious to trade. I mean, my best trade yesterday was, almost at the end of the day with that, it was very speculative, but with that RVAC, it was almost at the very end of the day. Okay, well, the cruisers have sort of lifted a bit. There's RCL. Let's take a look at the other couple, excuse me, the other two cruisers that we follow, CCL, RCL, and then NCLH, Norwegian. Yeah, so the cruisers are kind of in play, I suppose. Little oil play, Husa, 531 though was the high yesterday, so that might stall it. ANF bounced, so that is an earnings play. Yeah, a little bounce. I'd be, somewhat skeptical that it'll hold this, but it is an earnings play. Let's take a look at XRT, the retail sector, and see what's happening. Still nothing really. I mean, Nordstrom's had I mean, it's been a steady downtrend. Nordstrom's had their big earnings yesterday and obviously did not do well, but it didn't really drag down the rest of the index. Though, let's face it, it has been in the last looks like 7 days, it's been down. Well, figs on a break of 11 might get interesting. The high in the pre-market was way up here at 1268. Yeah, these lithium plays, I keep thinking this is, yeah, so the lithium plays are, I mean, look what's happened to LTHM, the lithium plays, virtually probably a lot of the EVs look like, or the anything in that sector probably looks like this over the last 4 days. All right, guys, Cody, COTY, on the move here. COTY, what's the 200 day is 847. So this is actually an earnings play. Really didn't do much in the pre-market, but this is an earnings play, COTY. All right, figs at 11 now, guys. So again, that the magnet might be that pre-market high, 1273. I'm not seeing it's getting there. Probably a little bit of resistance in the pre-market around 1134. I'm just looking at the 15-minute chart, but it's got the eye-catching, hopefully true press release. Okay, I'm watching how well it holds 11. I'll stick an alert around 1111. I want to see if this holds 11 really well, and then that might be my time to get in. Again, I don't recommend anything. I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing. If it makes sense, if it meets your trading plan, fine. If it doesn't, that's okay. All right, guys. Neptune, NPT, and sorry, NEPT, of course, has been very active the last 3 days. But we've also had these topping tails, Again, what does it mean? It means that the buyers had it up to a certain price and the sellers knocked it down, especially, a few days ago. But anyway, NEPT, another low float situation, 6.4 million in the float. So another low float situation. I mean, look at plug guys. I mean, it's sort of infuriating, isn't it? This is big pop at 9 o'clock, all the way up to 32. Got the news, Amazon, okay, and it's the right sector. EVs are hot, and then it just sells off. It's really you've got to be. 32 down to 29.70. That's a pretty big percentage sell off. But Figs is really interesting if it can maintain over 11. Maybe get up to about that 11.10 mark. Just maintain over 11. But drug obviously was the one from the get-go, guys. When it took out, I didn't take it, but when it took out that 265, so it's tacked on about 30 cents from there. So if you did take it, couple of key areas, obviously trying to take out that whole number of 3. And then when you look left, the next high is 345. So congrats if you did take it early. I just don't usually take early trades like that. KPRX, let's take a look at KPRX. I saw somebody posted something about that earlier. KPRX. Oh, that's right. It's a 28-cent sell. You're on your own, Ori. I don't know anything about this one. Let me just do something here. There we go. All right, G-Wave, GWAV. Again, look left. What do we see? 375 is the next high looking left. I just find it's just too close to 350. So I don't take the trade. I mean, it might pop right through that. If it does, it's got a shot to that 437 mark, but so it just keeps me out of the trade. I will I will maybe disagree, PJ, when you say good traders make bad trades. Depends how you define a bad trade. If you're talking about a losing trade, remember a losing trade is not a bad trade. It just means that because unless you're constantly, whatever setup that you like and it's never working, okay. But I mean, if your setup typically works, as you know, part of trading is losing trades, but it's semantics perhaps. I don't call a bad trade to me is not obeying your stop, getting into something when it doesn't really meet your trading plan. You're sort of going in on a whim or something, so you're disobeying every reason why you normally would take a trade. That to me is more of a bad trade. Mm. Yeah, there's no such thing. I mean, people are lying if they say, they never make I never have a losing trade. Part of trading. But that's why you always have a stop. And so you manage your loss, so it's a manageable loss, and then you just move on. HDSN guys, HDSN. What do we have here? 1021. Look at pins, guys. Kept going. PINS kept going. Okay, keep an eye on Coty, COTY. Yeah, there just might be too much resistance. You look left on this daily chart, there looks like there's, quite a bit of stuff right around where it got up to this morning that it has to get through. I was looking at that 200-day thinking that might be more of a magnet, but All right, guys, Tupperware, TUP, not very much volume though. Sorry, not very much volume. It's just, I have one top list window open with my like symbols. You know what I got to do? I got to put a minimum volume in there. No, I can't. I know, I'm talking to myself. Yeah, I take losses. Of course I do, but my losses are manageable. It really pains me to hear somebody say there's the HDSN guys on the move here say they took a huge loss on something. The only reason you take a huge loss is you don't have a stop. And or if you had a stop, you disobeyed it. Because there should be no such thing as a huge loss. Every trade you get into should have a manageable loss that if it doesn't work, it's a manageable loss. So if you're wondering where I saw pins, guys, this is the other race that I've got going, the large cap gainers from the open. So this one, yeah, they are very similar. The only difference between these two is I've put here, it has to be a half a billion market cap and a minimum of 50 million shares in the float. Okay. And that is for mainly for people. I mean, yeah, these are fun, but they can be really tricky to trade. Okay. These are stocks that are very volatile. They can give you the biggest percentage moves, et cetera, et cetera. But, not for everybody. So if you're looking for something a little less, say, stressful, than the large cap gainers, but you're just not going to see huge moves. But you know what? That's not the worst thing either. So this has been added to my homepage if you want that one. And again, I will pop my homepage link in so you can take a look at it if you want. But I also encourage you to go to the education section on my homepage and then go to the guide and then read about stock races, okay? So that is, I think I may even have it. I think I may have saved it. That is Chris's. Let me see if I've got it, okay? File, real time. Let's type in Bollinger. I guess that wasn't it. Racing on Bollinger Bands, okay? I guess that is it. Oops, wait a minute. Racing on Bollinger Bands, okay? So I can share this with you. I think this is Chris's, okay? Yeah, let me put that in here, okay? I think that's Chris's. Now remember, guys, with the races, I mean, this is my race. You can have it. You can have this one, the large cap gainers from the open. But the whole idea is you can create your own races. It always starts off from a top list. What I like to see in a top list may not be what you want to see in a top list in terms of a price range, a minimum volume, and other filters that you may want to add. You can always create your own races. Like I'm actually thinking about why not? In fact, I bet you on the Momo channel, there's already a race. Let's see, that is an alert window I have because I know a lot of people like like it, but let me go to the dog channel bar. My guess is probably a race on that anyway. If I Interesting. So there is not one. This is a low float winners race. I think what I'll do though is I'll take this and I'll turn it into your top list and then run a race on it and give it to you. You guys can try that. I mean, the only thing I want to caution is don't have so many races up and running so that you're just clicking like mad on all the racing symbols. The whole idea is to get maybe two at most, in my opinion, and focus on those races all day long. Allow it to build a watch list for you automatically. You know, you'll get a top 10 list. And how does a stock make a list? It has to win a race. So for instance, when you see drug here with a 3 beside it, that meant that it won 3 races today so far. Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, Ron, you don't need Brokerage Plus to load a symbol, okay, into, if you use our external linking tool, okay, I mean, that's what I do because I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade, okay, but if I click on drug right now, okay, in Brokerage Plus, in the simulator, it loads into Interactive Brokers. But that's also because click on Tools, External Linking, and then add the link and follow the instructions. Okay, and the only thing you have to do is you have to pick the rule Interactive Brokers Live. Okay, once you do that, then not just within Brokerage Plus, but anytime I click on a symbol, it loads into my order entry in brokerage in Interactive Brokers. Well, not click a chart. You have to click a symbol. You have to click a symbol, and it'll load automatically into Interactive Brokers. I mean, typically you're clicking on a symbol to see the chart, right? So the minute you click on a symbol, if you follow that external linking, yeah, anywhere, doesn't matter. Any place that you see a symbol, when you click on it, if you establish the link using that tool's external linking, it'll load into your Interactive Brokers platform, and then you can trade from there. Well, Momo, if you're talking to me, I actually typically just look at the more volatile ones, okay? I only created this for people who don't like the volatility. So, I am sure, but I will click on this. I mean, I'm starting to see some interesting ones also, just from this large cap gainers from the open. But no, typically I'm more about, the ones that move a lot, but it's not for everybody. In this particular race, I think it is between one and, well, let's just take a look at the top list. I think it's been $1 and $50. Yeah, $1 and $50 as an example. Okay, so you click on Tools, External Linking, and then you would add the link, okay? But I'm just going to show you what would happen. So you add the link and follow the instructions, because it's going to say, hover your mouse. You'll put it in the order entry in Interactive Brokers, press the Shift key, and then you just have to, one thing you have to do is there is a rule for Interactive Brokers in live, okay? So again, if you add the link, you follow the instructions, keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. So for me and Interactive Brokers, I put my pointer right in the order entry, and then I press the shift key down. I don't want to do it now because I'll destroy my link. No, then you have to, then as I say, then you have to use the rule. Okay, the rule. And it's right here, the rule, and you would, if you don't see Interactive Brokers Live, then I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you're using. But when you click on rule, well, you have to start from scratch. Then I don't want to do it because I'll destroy my link. We don't have level 2, Faisal. And I personally don't use trailing stops. It's just a matter of following, you add the link, mouse over to the target first, like put the pointer right in the order entry in Interactive Brokers, and then press down that shift key. Okay, and when you do that, it'll be selected, and then all you have to do is go to the rule and check Interactive Brokers Live, and then that's it. And then you'll have a link with IB. So no, I don't use trailing stops. I like to manage my trades. If I'm somebody who only has typically at most 2 trades open at a time, okay? So I like to manage my exits as I see them on the chart. I don't like to put what I would call an artificial, well, 20 cent or 1% or half a percent trailing stop. I would have to do something like that if I were in a lot of trades at the same time, but I'm just never like that. That's me though. I'm not saying, others shouldn't use a trailing stop, but that's just my style. Okay, Momo, you can do that. But you better back test your strat. First of all, you need a premium service for that. So a couple of things, Momo. You need to have either an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Okay, number one. And then you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. And I mean, I'm going to direct you to our guide though for more detailed information. You create a strategy and you'd put it in here. You turn it on, but you can practice in the simulator first, okay? Because if you're going to auto trade something, you better make sure it's working. Okay, so you can practice in this. You can practice in our simulator first with auto trading, a strategy that you create. So the answer to your question is yes, you can do it. Um, I'd be careful. I don't auto trade. I never will auto trade, but I can't prevent people from doing it if they want. We don't have level 2, Faisal. No. Get that question quite a bit, but obviously you can get it from your broker. Okay, so when you say what is the link for, are you talking about, you go to my home page. Okay, if you go to my home page, click on it. Okay, this is what you'll see. Go to the education section, click here, education section. So I'm going to have a problem here. This is this DNS thing again. Shoot. Just give me a moment. I know how to fix it, I think. Man, I'm going to have an issue again. It worked before because I was showing the education section before, I think. Well, I did have it cached up here. So if you hopefully when you click on my home page, you go to the education section, click on the user guide. This is I'm having the issue now. Oh, brother. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Hmm. Well, if you can click on my homepage, okay? If you can click on my homepage, well, no, you can click on it. My problem is that it's not taking me to, I'm getting this, yeah. Okay, but if you can click on it, go to the education section and then go to the guide and then you'll find, and then click on auto trading. I think it's like automatic trading or something like that, auto trading, and it'll have all that information there. Yeah. So now I've got to deal with this on my own, guys. So let me put myself on mute before I say a bad word or something, okay? Okay, just I mean everything else is working. My trade idea is working, but it's getting into the trade ideas site. So let me put myself on mute for a bit, okay? Okay, so I'll put myself on mute right now. Pepe, shift five does not help me at all. It just takes me to something else. Shift five does not help me. I'm in Chrome, but I might have to do that DNS thing again. Yeah, it's not though. So Brent, I can't answer. I have some things I have to deal with. Okay, so I don't put 20% of my portfolio in at any one time. No, 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 I never do that. But listen, how I trade, using a percentage on my portfolio can be very different from anybody else. What I would do is, there are people out there that say, no more than 2% of your portfolio in any one given trade, as an example. But anyway, I have to put myself back on mute. All right, guys. Well, I'm sort of back. I've had to take the S out. Anyway, here's the guide. Sorry about this, guys. I don't know. This might be an issue all day for me. Let me just see if my homepage now works. Okay. Well, okay, clicking on my homepage now does bring me back to where it's supposed to. Okay, so anyway, I know you found that Momo. I was gonna say click here, click on the guide, and yeah, right here is auto trading right there. Yes, but I caution you. I mean, if you're gonna auto trade anything, make sure that you practice in the simulator first. Okay, you can practice in the simulator first. You can turn your strategy on. Give me a moment as I shut down some tabs here. Okay. So far figs is a no-go. Nerdy. NRDY. Somebody put some money into this, I think. So the high looking left is 391, I think. 391, 387. So it's got a little bit of room. All right, how is K-Web doing now? Is China still alive? Yeah, it is. Yeah, a little bit of a pullback. So most of the so if you're in a China stock or looking to China stock, probably you're going to be successful to a certain extent for the time being anyway. Look at K-Web. Well, then if you can always end if you follow the instructions, you just have to load the strategy in here, right click, load from the cloud. If you should have saved your strategy from the cloud in the cloud, okay? Now, I will caution you. I mean, this is not good for scalping. 2 minutes in and out. I mean, 2 minutes maybe, but we get people, depending on what your stop loss is and all that, get people to say, well, you know what? I want to get out with a nickel gain with a 1 cent stop loss. It won't work. Okay, it will not work. But you can practice again in the simulator. But I'd be careful. I wouldn't start off big. If you do it, if you do attach to your IB or E-Trade account. Yeah, good morning, Real. I'm still dealing with I think I've still got some technical issues here, so I'm a little distracted right now. keep looking at these some of these nice moves, and I look left and I just see, the next high is too close. Look at TCOM. Not it. I mean, it's a China stock, of course. The next high looking left is 2904. So we're at it's broken that. And then after that is 2931. I mean, you can kind of see that if it took out 2931, or is it 2928, 2931. I'll put an alert just in front of that. I'm just wary, though, of trying to break these highs looking left on a daily chart. All right, guys, I am now grab. Yeah, so grab showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, but 3 looks like it could hold it, so consequently not anything I want to get into. Remember nerve from yesterday? So they're taking a breather today, or it's just going to capitulate. Not seeing a lot of follow through on these little ones. I mean, this has got a little bit of room. If you look at ENVX, a little bit of room. The next high looking left is 2609, so 50 cents away or so. I just wish that they had these things that I'm seeing would have a little bit more room on the daily chart until it hits the next high. Oh, it depends, Momo. I really don't even know what my average is. It really depends. I don't go into a trade thinking I'm going to hold it for a certain period of time. Depends how fast it moves. In other words, I would not have a strategy like yours. I don't mean yours is wrong. I'm just saying I don't have a strategy that says I'm going to hold for 2 minutes and I'm gone. If the trade is still working, I'll hold for as long as it takes. I don't use FinViz screener. No, Carl, I just use trade ideas. I work for trade ideas, so I don't need the FinViz screener. Well, that's what we're not a screener, we're a scanner. Okay, but I mean, sort of semantics. We're a real-time, call it a real-time screener. Well, that's what we are. We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. You can build your own criteria and find things that you're looking for, the types of things that you're looking for. Just give me a moment here, guys. Okay, I think maybe my issue is okay now. Let me just try one more time. Okay. Okay, guys. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. People ask me that. Yes, I do. So I like to always start off with my home page. A lot of information on my home page. If you click on my homepage link, hopefully this is what you're going to see. Now, I'm expecting a promo code today, anytime now. I'm in a marketing meeting. Today's Thursday, yeah. In a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock Eastern time. I'm sure we'll have a promo code. So don't take out a subscription right now, okay? Because there'll be a better promo code, 25%. So I'm not going to go over this yet. If you do take out a subscription, though, this is what you have to do. You've got to do the Let's Get Started. This is a software program. There is a little learning curve. You should know at least the basics. I mean, obviously the download and installation, the first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. Okay, there are 10 videos. It will take you about 30 minutes. You've got to do that first. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it right here. It's free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. I don't think this week's triggered. I'll be getting close, but I don't. But I think if it doesn't trigger in the first by Wednesday, then it's not it's considered a wash. Because when you get the email, there is an entry point that is suggested, and it didn't hit it on Monday. I mean, there's Monday. It did not hit it. I think it might have been around 1070. I haven't got the email, but I think even if it hits it today, in theory, it's not considered a valid trade of the week, if that makes sense. Valid in because we keep statistics on it. How well did they do, etc. So I don't think, unless it hits in the first 3 days, I don't think it's a valid one. I mean, you can take it if you want, of course. The education section. So we've gone over the guide. If you click on the education section, then click on the guide. I've already talked about the getting started. You have to do that. All I would do at the very beginning is you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. And you absolutely should know what the stock racing is all about, which I'll go into in a lot more detail. Lots of information, okay, about the stock racing. I'll go into that a lot more detail in about 5 minutes. Of course, there's other things in our guide, price alerts, sound alerts, etc. But don't get overwhelmed by how much is there. Just concentrate on at least getting the basics down. Alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support. So today is Thursday. So what happens is I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. He's actually the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him about them. Also, I shut down the main room at 3:30. Chris Varley at Trade Ideas takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 to 4:30, and that's Monday to Friday. Lots and lots of support, okay? Lots of support. And this is not special because we're in this test drive. This is the way it is all the time. Daily webinars. So we'll start the webinars again next week. So you can sign up for them right there. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this series together. Short videos, starts off with what is a stock. So if you are new to trading, highly recommend that. And then here are my scans. So if you want my scans, so this one right there, the biggest gainers from the open is right here. On my other monitor, I've got the biggest large cap gainers from the open. Okay, so if you're looking for less volatile moves, this is the one, the large cap gainers. The only other scans I really have is the 10-day daily breakout and down. Okay, you see right here. Otherwise, I'm just absolutely concentrating on my 2 race scans. I do have the single stock window. That's what it looks like. That's my single stock window. This is customizable. This is what I like to see. Some of you might want because these are just filters, okay? But if you want this one, it's available. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. I have the halts resume scanner. It's more than an alert window. It just tells me when stocks are halted and then when they resume. Nothing happening today yet. I did put in this momentum scan, if you wanted to have one race scan and maybe one alert window, that wouldn't be a bad one. Now, Zach's bouncers and toppers, this is more, I will call this for advanced traders. If you're looking for stocks that maybe have gone parabolic on the way up and you're looking to short, or maybe parabolic on the way down and you're looking for a bounce. But I would call this is for experienced traders. And this is just another basic scan. So I used to have a lot more that I was sharing, but I've pared them down because I'm just concentrating on the racing now. So if you want, what I would do is save my link. Then you can look at the education, my scans, the getting started anytime you want. If you save my link, give me a moment. You mean my homepage link? It's right here. Yes. Momo. Okay, there's my homepage link. So when you say my chart setup, are you just talking about a chart? Or are you talking about what you see here? Are you talking about, so just the daily chart? Okay, so again, this might be just semantics. Are you talking about you want my entire layout or you just want my one chart, which you can easily do yourself, and yeah, well, he's in, yeah, go to the questions tab for stuff like that, I suppose, instead of the general market. So what you see here, okay, so okay, I can give you that. So I'm going to put it in the I'm going to put it in the trade ideas questions. Okay, so there is the layout. Okay, there's my test drive layout. Well, I call it the test drive layout, but it's just a layout. I created it for the test drive, but I'll probably be able to share it going forward anyway. But remember, because it's a layout, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. If you have a layout already up and running that you created, make sure you save it to the cloud first before you load my layout. Okay, the reason being is you can only have, I don't want to get into docking and all that, but you can only have one layout loaded at a time, okay? So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Still not getting SOTD. I don't know what you mean by that. Is that an acronym for, are you talking about the linking? Is it a meme? Typically, it's not a meme, but let's take a look at the short flow. Fairly decent short flow percent. I don't see that it's a meme stock. I mean, it's recovering. I know what you mean. It's recovering after earnings, but I don't see that it's, oh, stock of the day. Sorry. Oh, you mean from my, okay. I don't know what to say. I mean, again, I'll be in that marketing meeting. All right, let's take a look at figs. I don't want, did not win a race today. Okay. I mean, maybe. I mean, I see what you're looking at with the figs. I still have a price alert set just above that, I believe, around 110. You know, the next area of concern would be the 1135. If you look at the 15-minute chart for figs, that's the next area of concern because there's looks like there's a lot of maybe resistance in the pre-market at that level. Could be. What do I think of it? Well, I mean, obviously it's news driven then. I don't have no idea what Mullen is doing right now. Oh, I don't look at, sorry, anything under a dollar is certainly not my specialty. Okay, so I don't, news like that doesn't mean anything to me yet. Okay, if it got over a dollar maybe, but it is a huge float. I mean, it's a huge float for a sub $1 stock, almost half a billion in the float. It's going to take so much to move it. But that's my opinion, Carl. Of course, somebody else might have a completely different opinion, but to me, this is just not interesting at all. All right, guy. Hey, take a look at another one though. Look at Momo. It looks beautiful right here, and then unfortunately, I look left. And then there's the next high, and all this stuff is in the way. And again, if you wondering why I keep saying looking left, what I'm doing is, okay, this is a stock at the high of the day, right? Momo, high of the day. So my next step is, okay, if I wanted to take this trade, where could it stall? So I look left on this big daily chart, and I start seeing, the next high is what, 535. I mean, 519 to 535. So we could stall right around this area. If I looked left and the next high was like 668, I'd be going great. Okay. But it just prevents me from taking the trade. Now, that's my opinion, of course. Look at UPST. Can you imagine if 2794, so it's above that high, 2822, 2859. I mean, if it can ever really break out of here, look at the potential for this UPST. I mean, it's been a beaten down stock. Well, I mean, most of the things that I see are going to be near the high or the low of the day if I'm shorting. So now obviously it doesn't mean just because a stock makes a new high for the day, I pile into the trade, even if there's room. I mean, I want to see it coming from some kind of bit of a pattern that maybe a little break out of consolidation or something. Okay, but yeah, I mean, I'm all about looking left to see, okay, where could it go before it hits that next high? As you know, just because a stock has a high, like this figs has a high of 1177 over here, and in the pre-market, doesn't mean it's going to get there, number one, or that it will stall there. But that's how I've been trading for a long time, just looking left and seeing where a stock could go until it gets to the next high. If I think it's got enough room, then it becomes a candidate for me to trade. But that is, again, that's my style. And that's why I typically, I don't trade that much. Even if I'm moderating a room, maybe 3, 4, 5 trades a day, because I try to be highly selective. I mean, again, look at LYLT. I mean, it's showing up on a scanner, but I mean, I just look left and I just see to me, there's just too much stuff it's got to get through. I wouldn't say that. No, a wide stop loss. No, I wouldn't say that. My stop loss is always based on something, be it if it's a break over a whole number for me, maybe I'll put the whole number or I'll look at no less than maybe a 15-minute chart where I think there's some support. So it's not, my stop loss is not based on, a percent or a specific number. Like I don't say, well, my stop loss is 1% for every trade or 2%. But that's how I trade. I look at a chart and I think, okay, there's a good area of support there. If it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Okay, guys, let me just continue a little bit on my spiel here. I think my technical issues are solved for the time being. Okay. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So when I was going over my homepage, I was showing you that I'm sharing some of my scans. We've also created a lot of scans up here. Up here meaning if you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. So if I click on the Explosive Winners channel, then now I'm going to start talking a lot more about the races, okay? So this race right here that will start momentarily my race is based on this, okay? But I've made some adjustments. For instance, I upped the minimum volume that it had to be. I created my own price range, etc. Okay? And I'm going to go over this race. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes. But what I'm really trying to do is show you that we have all of these different channels, all these theme-based channels. So if you like this race, if you said, you know what, instead of I don't want to necessarily stick on this channel all day long, but I do want this race, I want to have it as part of my layout, then what you do is, because this is a layout, so what you have to do is get it out of the layout. So to do that is you right click and you duplicate into a free floating window. Now, by the way, I'm not trying to, show all the nuts and bolts about Trade Ideas. I'm just giving you a brief overview. Okay, all of this is in the guide. So I duplicate into a free floating window and it popped up on one of my other monitors. So here it is. Okay. And now I can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Now it's in your cloud. So why do that? Let's go to the momentum channel. And this is a very popular scan also, this alert window. So this is what Trade Ideas is really good at. I mean, if you want to create your own scans, but we've got a lot of scans for you. But again, I caution you, don't have so many up and running, otherwise you'll get nothing done. So what you're seeing here, say for ZTO, it just made a new high. So this is a strange one, this VACC. But what you're seeing here, why you're seeing these stocks, this is a momentum scan. So if I right click, configure, summary. This is what this scan is looking for. So these are the filters in place. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this point of the day. There goes that VACC, which is a really strange one in the pre-market. I didn't see any news on it. This is kind of the key. Stocks where the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That's typically, you'll see a big, you see how see the volume, see how the volume is just bursting now on that 15-minute chart. So it's 1,000% of normal in the last minute. So that is what is, typically when you click on an alert, this is what you're going to see, some big volume burst. But the bottom line is this, is that if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Yeah, beyond mind. Okay, so I'm trying to answer somebody in our YouTube room. That's something that's, is there a fix? I don't know if it is his DNS problem. What I would do is go to our homepage and ask that question. Okay, I had some issues before, not freezing, but is there a fix? If there is one, somebody, our tech support could probably help you a lot better than I can. Okay, so go to the homepage, and when you see the questions and answers balloon pop up, go to the ask a question. Okay. The only other thing I can say is, reload the program again, but I cannot give you like an instant fix. So the same thing, guys. Moving on, if you want this one, you just right click, duplicate into a free floating window, and then you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save it or share to the cloud. However, you might look at this scan. As I've said before, you can just right click configure and click on the summary, and this is what it's showing you. But you might look at it and go, I love the concept, but maybe I want a different price range. So you click on that, left click on that icon, and I can change the minimum. It says 1 to 50. Let's change it to 10 and 100. Click on summary. See how it's now changed to 10 and 100. And now I say, okay. So all I'm trying to show you is that when you duplicate it into a free floating window, you can either save it as it is, if you like our settings, or you can adjust the settings and then save it to the cloud. Okay. Now a word about this. If you save it, if you made a change here, if you make any change in a channel, if you stay on the channel, the save is changed. But the minute you leave the channel, if you come back, the save is not changed. The reason being is that the channels are for everybody. Okay, so the fact you may want to make a change in the price range or minimum volume or something is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Okay, so just so you know that. So the exercise I'm really trying to show you is you can go to the different channels, you can start extracting scans that we've made for you, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, file, load from cloud. And if you saved it, you'll see them. You just highlight, load. Do the file load from cloud again, highlight, load. But again, I caution you from having too many alert windows up and running. Okay, you'll get nothing done. You'll be cooking like mad all day long and really getting nothing done. Now let's talk about the races. And again, you go to the education section, go to the guide, and click on TI stock races. It's all in there. I'm gonna talk about it, but I mean, you need a guide, okay? Because you're gonna forget some of the things that I'm saying. All I'm really trying to show you right now is the concept. Wow, look at that drug. 165 was the key, and it just exploded right through that. I did not take it, not in it. So our races always started from a top list window. Now, before we had races, this was the function of a top list window. So I have various column headers here. Let me just adjust this. So the text header. So but the change from the close, the change from the open, relative volume, these are all headers. I can double left click rapidly on a header and it'll sort for me. Okay, so for instance, if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the close, I would just double left click on the header, change from the close, and it's going to show me the VACC right now is up 40%. If I want to see change from the open, who's up the most from the open? TDCX, 23%. Okay. And again, the open is that opening trade. So what did it do from there? That opening trade, what did it do from there? So it's up 23% from the opening trade of the day. Now it's all well and good, but how would I use this to trade? Because I can't really tell by looking at this list what is moving right now. Okay, I mean, I could stare at this 23.9 and see if it changes to 24 and then to 25 or something else. But how crazy would that be? And that's the birth of the races. So what if, PLAB, PLAB right down here it's up 5% from the open. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it started to move? It's now 6%, now it's 8%, now it's 10%, now it's 20% from the open. It's really moving for some reason. That's what the races do. Because this race will stop right now. So another one will begin. I run 4-minute races. So every stock starts off at the same, at the starting line. A stock that is moving the most relative to the rest of these is going to start floating up to the top of what I call the leaderboard. Okay. And you'll see the percentage on the left of how since the race started, you will see the percent of how much it's moved. And all of a sudden you could see some stock that's just starting to explode. You'd never be able to see it in the top list. Okay. You just wouldn't see it. So I call the racing is a great hybrid between using a top list window with, stocks that you want to see in a big list and a real-time alert. And, so you'll start now. What I would do is, as you see a stock starting moving up, you don't have to wait for it to be right at the top. And you don't have to wait for the race. I mean, look at the VACC. Okay. The VACC is still moving. Since the race started, it's up 2.4%. But, before in that previous race, it was moving a lot more. Now, what the beauty of this is, you notice I've got a top 10 list here. So what happens is this creates automatically for you a watch list for you to follow all day long. Okay, just give me one moment, please. Okay, so what happens is it creates a watch list for you. So why is drug in the number one position? Because it won 4 races. Okay, that's what that number means. As we get further and further into the day, I mean, sometimes you're going to see something that has won, 10, 15, 20 races. And then you'll see in the second position, maybe something that's won 8 or 10 races. Every day is different, of course. So for instance, if I click on drug right now and I look at it, okay, it's pulled back. So if your style is more of a pullback trader, I mean, we know that drug is active. It's still up, it's up 29%. If you're more of a pullback trader, you might look at this and go, well, maybe is the pullback over? Maybe if it took out the high of that previous 15-minute candle, maybe that's something I want to know about and maybe get into. Okay. And I mean, everybody has a different style of trading. So that's why I'm saying, I mean, look at the GWAV. It won 1 race early and now it's doing nothing. But maybe later on, if it took out the high there, maybe it'll get running again. Okay, so That's what I'm saying. Just because something isn't moving anymore, I would click on this top, I would click on the symbols and just see what is happening. Okay, it might be setting up for for a style of trade that you like. So again, I'm sharing this race, but this race, is maybe something that it's a little, I call it gentler. It's not quite as volatile because it's larger caps, has to have at least half a billion in the float. I'm sorry, half a billion market cap, at least 50 million in the float. People ask me, why do I concentrate on low float stocks? It's not that I have a filter that is preventing higher float stocks in here. It's just that for a stock to move, look at this GSUN. I mean, this has just been crazy again. It's just taking out yesterday's high and the high of a couple of days ago. But for a stock to move 36%, typically you're not going to see Amazon moving 36% because of its high float. Okay, as an example. So it just happens. It's not that I have a filter that prevents high floats, but for stocks that are going to be trading really actively with these big percentages, typically the float is going to be pretty low. That's all. So it's not that I only look at low float situations, but in this scan right here, that's probably the majority of time because of the percentage moves. It's got to be a low float. See what I was saying about the drug? I'm not saying, if that's your style of trade, for it to take out the high of that 15-minute candle, the previous one, well, now you've got a shot. Maybe it can get to the 3 level again. And again, you can set up the races the way you want them. Okay, it all starts from a top list window. I see Jordan is talking about you can use a top list window. Yes, but you could also set up a race on the ones that have moved the most in the last 2 minutes, percentage wise. I think that's better, Jordan, to be honest. Okay, I just think it's better because it's going to show you got a list, and all of a sudden you don't have to you don't have to do any sorting. You don't have to stare at the list. It's just going to float right to the top, as an example. So you want to set up a race based on, stocks that have moved the most in the last 2 minutes, percentage wise, excuse me, or 5 minutes. You can do things like that. And we have, oh, it's just a cheap one, stab. Now, guys, we may have a couple of, in theory, we've got 3 IPOs, crazy little IPOs, okay? Nothing, let me just bring up my price alerts. What's the date today? The 25th. So I didn't put the dates on. I think PXMD is supposed to, in theory, open today. I think Mob might be opening today. Let me just go to my IPO calendar. And why bring these up? And this is not for newbies. I can't prevent you from doing it, but these can go pretty wild the day of. So Mob is today, okay, for sure. So here is my IPO calendar. So mob. Yeah, so it is supposed to be today. PXMD is supposed to be today. So only two today. I thought there were three. So I think one got bumped to Friday. Yeah, because I think one of these was supposed to be today. I don't think I've got Onfo. Let me just take a look. Let me explain what I'm doing here. Okay, so we get asked a lot about, do you have an IPO scanner? Personally, I think this is a way better way to do it, okay? So this is an IPO calendar that I've got. I mean, there are many out there, but this is the one that I use. I can give you the link for it. But this is what how I like to do it. So for instance, look at Onfo, okay? Supposed to be opening tomorrow, okay? So what I do is I put the symbol in the chart. Of course, it's not trading, so you wouldn't see anything. I put an alert price of 1 because in theory, when it starts to trade, this is on my price alerts, okay? When it starts to trade, it should be over $1. But I also like to put in the structure, what I call the structure. 3.1 million shares, 450. That's the potential IPO price. Okay. I also like to put in who's behind it. Now we've seen it. I can't remember who EF Hutton was behind a couple of them, maybe a couple of weeks ago, that went absolutely crazy. I don't think I'd seen EF Hutton's name mentioned for 20 years, but anyway. And then when it's opening. So I have all this information right here. And why I want that is because when it triggers, when the price alert triggers, if it happens tomorrow, my price alerts window, is going to pop up on my screen. I'm going to see exactly, how many shares, because, I'm going to see all that information here. More importantly, I want to see if it opened above the IPO price. Okay, if it opened below the IPO price, then it's probably not a lot of enthusiasm. And so I want to see. So for instance, that one is supposed to be 450. So let's just say it opened at 7 or 8. You know, I in theory could take that trade, believe it or not. That's not a suggestion that anybody else do that. But we've seen, look at the VACC. It's so crazy because when I saw that VACC in the pre-market, look what it was doing. Nothing. It had that big spike up, which I don't believe, to 20, and then it just flatlined. Flatline, 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 and now it's starting to move. So anyway, guys, that's how I like to track the IPOs. I think that's a better way than if we had some kind of an IPO scan. Now, one of the things, how sometimes in our Halts Resume scanner, I would say maybe 90% of the time, when it's an IPO, it shows up as a resume. Okay, we'll see today. We've got a couple today. We'll see if that happens. And it's just a quirk of our Halts Resume scanner. I would say 90% of the time. See any news on this one? I could not. I still cannot see any specific news for VACC. I'm sure there must be something somewhere, but I'm just looking at headlines here. I just don't see any specific news for it. See, now it's won 3 races. So, like as Zach is saying, I mean, look at the room it's got. 660 was the next high looking left, but let's back this daily chart out a little bit more and start looking to see where the next highs are. Also, the 200-day moving average is really looming right above it. I mean, that could stall it. That's 719. The green line there is the 200-day. And there is some action right around 7. Now that's back in March. And if it could somehow take that out though, the next highs are 813. I mean, so I guess in theory, if I can get through that 200-day moving average of 719, then the next high on the daily chart is 813, about $1 away. Not saying that's going to happen, but it's going to get there. But that's kind of what you can be watching. Shoot, you know what? I mean, I remember seeing this MNSO when I was kind of describing what the races are all about, and I don't know if it actually won a race. It didn't even win a race, but it was moving up, and this is really probably about 50 cents from when I was watching it, MNSO. Meanwhile, the VACC, yeah, well, guys, I mean, that 719, if it cracks that, look out. And it's not a crazy low float, 35 million. That's not a crazy low float. Again, you hear me talk about the float all the time. The float is the available number of shares that can be traded. So that's the supply of stock. When you have high demand, this is why you can get these crazy moves. Like any other commodity on earth. The low supply, high demand, what happens to the price? It goes up. But once the demand backs off, the price can collapse. So you always have to be aware of that. Trying to crack that 200-day, guys, at 719, trying to crack it. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so that's not an issue. You have to go to my homepage, Momo, okay? Go to my homepage, and it's one of the scans I'm sharing, okay? So go to my homepage, and go to the scan section. It's one of the scans I'm sharing. It just makes it so much easier for me instead of having to, post individual scan links all day long. People have to do a little bit of work. Go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and there they are. Come on, crack it, crack it, crack it, crack that 200-day. Crack it. It's cracking it. Okay, so what did I say the next area was? It was way back here, 7. I think 7. Yeah, I mean, it's got a shot to the 813 level. a shot. I'm not saying it's getting there. Do I ever trade pre-market or after hours? Ever? Not often. I rarely trade after hours. Rarely. I will trade pre-market. Depends on how much work I've got to do in the pre-market. I've got a lot of things going on in the pre-market, so I rarely trade after hours. The only time I'll trade after hours is if I'm in a stock already, but I rarely take an after hours trade. And that's just me again. Come on, baby. Hey, give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I got bounced out of the VACC for basically no gain. I got a little greedy. I was hoping it would get a lot higher, but I'll get back into it, I think, if it gets back into the 720s. The 200-day, as Real calls it, it's the area, and it looked like once it got up to that 730 level, but pretty good. I got a little greedy. I should have got out. Yeah, I just concentrate on a 15-minute chart, Hammer. Okay, but it's again with the daily. Okay, guys, I'm looking again at this VACC. But again, I say it all the time. That's just me. I'm not saying anybody doesn't have to, use the same time frames I'm using. It's just what I like to see and do. Boy, this is whippy. This VACC. You just made another new high, but it came right back down. So this is what I'm saying. I mean, this is not necessarily, you know, if you're new to trading, I mean, yeah, it looks wonderful when you get on the upside of one of these, but it's pretty bad if you get the downside. And when I say bad, the only reason it can be bad is you don't have a stop. Okay, and you get a little stubborn thinking, wow, it's going to come back. Okay, let me show you how you can take a trade though in our simulator. Okay, I want to just talk briefly about Brokerage Plus in general. Now, the other thing I should always mention is that the racing and brokerage plus only available if you're using our web-based version. It's not available, unfortunately. Okay. Uh, what happened? Okay, guys, there it is. So Mob just opened, but look at the potential price was supposed to be 743. This is underneath the price. Not interested. Okay, not interested. And notice how it did show up as a resume. That's what I was saying. It showed up as a resume. It's just a quirk. This is not designed for this, but we notice that IPOs will show up as a resume probably about 90% of the time. But you can see, but that's why I like to say or put these notes in, because I can tell immediately that so far this is not being well received. I mean, if the IPO price was supposed to be around 743 and it's at 382 right now, not a lot of enthusiasm right now anyway. Reminds me a little bit like Brush. Okay, VAC is again back up. Boy, it's a tricky one right around that 200-day. You see a price at 413, so maybe I'm wrong then. Just give me a moment, because maybe they repriced it. In which case that becomes a little more interesting. Now you're right. Maybe unless I copied it down wrong, it's still not wonderful, because it's usually you'd like to see a bit like a big premium to that price already. Usually. Maybe I copied it down wrong. Yeah, 740. Yeah, that's a pretty big mistake, though. I mean, I think maybe they repriced it, because I probably put this in a while back. Yeah, no, I see in the IPO calendar definitely says 413 now. So I either made a mistake in putting that price in, or they repriced it lower. Where do I see resistance for GWAV, green wave? Well, if you look left, I mean, the next high, again, I'm not saying that's going to stop it, but the next high is 375, not that far away, I think. Yeah, so that's the next high. And I'm not saying that is going to absolutely stop it, but that is your next high. What did it get to today? It got up to 358. So, I mean, it doesn't, unless a lot of volume starts coming in, it's going to take, I mean, it's a low float, 7.6 million, but it's going to take a bunch to really move this through here, I think. Well, you can use any sound you want other than text to speech, Ron. I mean, you just go to your actions, play the sound, set up the sound, and here, use custom sound, select. But I would try text to speech, just click on it and play it and see if you hear her say anything, because then you know it's working. So you're getting no sound at all, nothing, zero. Even if you even if you even if you do this, use custom sound, select from one of these folders, you're getting no sound. Well, I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. Unless the only thing, I've said this before, is if you see a slash through that sound icon, slash through that sound icon, which is between Brokerage Plus and Ideas Surfing, which means all your sounds are turned off. The other thing is, and this gets more involved with your computer. You know how to open your volume mixer, okay, and see if you're getting system sounds. There's price alerts right there. I'm getting my sounds. And that's a matter of opening, with your little sound icon, just right click and then open volume mixer and see what do you see. This is outside of trade ideas, of course, okay? Okay, so again, I know have to start again on this Brokerage Plus. Well, and then of course the obvious thing, are your speakers, are they on? I mean, I'm not trying to be condescending, but after that, I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. You're going to have to go to our true tech support if nothing else works, because I don't know what else I can say to you. Remember, I'm not really tech support, very, very minor tech support. Ooh, look at this market now. Yeah, we had a big move up, now 45 minutes down. Yeah, as Pepe says, maybe just do a restart, do a restart. And the other thing too is always, a lot of people like to run. I never. I mean, I shut my computer off every evening, and I boot it up in the morning. Okay, I never leave my computer up and running all day, or constantly. But you should always shut down trade ideas, even if you want to leave your computer running. If that's what you want to do, fine. But always shut down trade ideas every evening, because there's a lot of stuff happening in our servers overnight, and data can get screwed up if you leave it running overnight. So it's just good practice to certainly shutting down trade ideas at the very least every evening or when you go to bed. Okay. So Brokerage Plus. So the Brokerage Plus link that I put in has two videos. There's a short video that shows you, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within trade ideas. Okay. But listen carefully, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay, practice, practice, practice. Our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker, because you may still be unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading. All you need is our standard service, okay? And then you can practice trading. And this is what it would look like. So Brokerage Plus, the window is here. If you click on New and then Brokerage Plus right at the top, that'll load the Brokerage Plus window. Now, you may have different columns, but that's up to you. But that is what the Brokerage Plus window will look like. And it'll say not connected. And so all you have to do is click on the sim for simulation, and then it'll change to account. It will change to account. Once it changes to account, you click on account and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Okay, you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Now, we've created these. Just give me a moment. Now, you don't have to do this, but I'm just going to do something on my end. You don't have to go through this. Okay. So you'll notice we have a buy, we do have a sell. Mine is grayed out right now, but we do have a buy button on the chart. Okay. So with the latest versions of Trade Idea, what we've done is we've assigned to the buy button, so you don't have to do it. So if you click on the buy button, and again, do this in the simulator, it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock wherever you want it to buy it. Okay, so for instance, let's just take drug as an example. Say I wanted to buy drug if it took out the highs here, 287. So I click on the buy button and the crosshair shows up. I can put the crosshairs anywhere I want and then left click again, and there will be a blue line that'll show up on the chart. So if drug goes up to 288, it'll take the trade. And it automatically put a stop at the low of the day. Now, I'm not saying that's the greatest stop in the world. You can always adjust it. You can move that stop line up to wherever you want. Whoops. Okay, so let's move, I'll just move it a little higher. Okay. But what we're trying to do is just make it simple for you. I mean, you can, of course, assign your own trading strategy to the buy button, but we're trying to, for new people, without having them go through, well, okay, I've got a load of trading strategy in here, and then I've got to assign it to the buy button. What we're trying to do is just make it super simple for people to click on a buy button, get into a trade, either a condition, what I call a conditional buy order. It hits, it goes to a certain price. I could have done it like this. Let's take a look at VLCN. If I said, you know what, I don't mind this one, but only if it pulls back to say 257, like on a pullback. So I click the buy button, drop, position my cursor where I want, my pointer where I want, left click, and now that'll show up to a blue line and a red line. Again, with the, so if it goes down to 256, it'll take the trade. Now, of course, if I want to take the trade right now, all I have to do is move the blue line up to the price and it'll take the trade. So Ron, do you normally not exit trade ideas every day? Okay, so yeah, that can cause a lot of different issues. Okay, so again, general statement for those of you who have trade ideas, please exit the program. You know, when you go to bed, exit trade ideas and just start it in the morning. Okay, it's amazing how many problems that can happen, especially, well, I don't even say especially, but how many problems can arise if you don't do that. Hey guys, keep an eye on this VACC again. You know, it's just, in fact, why don't I do this? You know, I'll put another conditional buy order in. Maybe if it takes out that 7, it's back up to that 7. Say, I'll put 739. Okay, 738. Let's see if it takes that out later on. How is the mob doing? Okay, so it is above that price. What was it? 473 or 417 or 7? I'm sorry, 417 or 473? 413. Okay. All right. So, okay. It is above that price now. And it's halted, yes. Is it halted? Yes. Shoot, I was just trying to get it before the halt. Because this is the only time I'll take an IPO the day of, and these crazy little ones. If it's above the IPO price, which now it is, and with that float, I mean, the crazy could happen. All right, guys, I just want to confirm that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room in about half an hour from now. Hey, guys, I'm just pinging Steve to make sure that he's going to be in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes. Hi, Fish here. I see you said hi in our YouTube room. Okay, so this is the halt for now. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen. This is Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. So there's the halt for Mob at 589. You'll see this number on the right hand side change. This is the projected opens. Of course, if you got into this before the halt, you want to say a nice big fat number here, like 550 or something like that. You certainly don't want to see it below 489. Typically the first halts are okay. Okay meaning, usually they're not. It's not like a catastrophic drop after. And usually the halts are 5 minutes long. So got halted at 11:33 plus 36 seconds. So if this is going to be a 5 minute halt, it'll open resume at 11:38 plus 36 seconds. So a little over 2 minutes from now, if it's going to be a 5 minute halt. Typically they are. If it's a volatility halt, notice this stab is halted because it's more of an information or a news halt. All right, here is the IPO link. Okay, there it is. So hammerhead again. Go to a chart. Type the symbol in. You just type the symbol in. So, I had mob already done. So let's, PXMD is not opened yet. It's supposed to open today at some point. Look at that. I mean, 1.6, 4.5. You see, I mean, these are super cheap. So if you on your end, just type in PXMD as an example. Okay, so you'll see nothing. Right click, create the price alert, put it at 1. I'm not going to do it because I've already done it, but you just put it at 1. Well, I won't save it. Put the price alert at 1 because it should, obviously, when it starts to trade, it should be above 1. And then again, I like to put the notes in right here. What is the structure? Who's behind it? And when is it supposed to open? So I'd be putting 1.6 million, 450 to 650. These people I don't know. I'll put Kraft. I don't know them very well. And then Thursday or August 25th. So for instance, next week we've got one, I think, next Tuesday. So I'll do that right now. I'll show you exactly what I'm going to do. HPCO. So HPCO. I'm going to right click, create the price alert at 1. I'll put my notes in, 1 million. Bootstead, I've heard of them. I think Mob just opened. And August 30th, next Tuesday. Okay, so now I'm prepared. And then I save it. And so when that happens, because I minimize my price alerts window, I always minimize my price alerts window, minimize it. When I get an alert, it pops up on my screen. I can't miss it. Okay. Ross, I'm using trade ideas, the halt scanner for trade ideas. I'm not using IB at all for my halt scanner. This is it right here. One of the scans I'm sharing. And now look at it. Shoot. I was like seconds away from getting it about 470. Because now look. 561. Oh man. Kicking myself. No, 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 no. No, this is time and sales from all I was showing you here. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This lets me know where it may open. That okay, that's so it's not, I mean, I suppose you could call it a halts resumes, but I mean it's not that's Interactive Brokers though. Ah. Well, that's my mistake too, because you know I either typed in that IPO price wrong or they changed it on me and I didn't make the change because I had $7. So when I saw it opening around 4, I thought, well, no enthusiasm. If I'd seen it at the 413 or 417, I probably would have taken the trade right away. But there will be another one. Meanwhile, this G-Sun is just still creeping, creeping, creeping. I mean, look at this one. You know, just a few days ago, got almost up to 100. Ah, okay. So it is Andy today, not Steve, in our YouTube room. Okay, Steve will be in tomorrow. They've had to do a switch. So Andy will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes or so. So before I leave the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in, and you can head over there and listen to it. Wow, look at this G-Sun. Just as I'm talking, it went up about $2. And this is China stock. So the China stocks are hot today. This is a little hotter than the average bear, if you. That's an old reference. There you go. Right on, Nick. What if they still make those? No, I didn't either, and sometimes that happens. If it comes out of the halt and so quickly it moves up, sometimes that happens. Okay, but I mean, we all know that it's halted because you know if you look at your time and sales, you know that it's halted because it's not moving. So Yeah, I've noticed that every now and then, if a stock gets halted and then when it's resumed, it has a huge pop. It wants to get halted again. If it's happening within like seconds, we may not get the halt. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that is a specific stock question regarding the halt, but so we have three tabs, guys. Okay, specific stocks only. Okay, specific stocks only. Then general market talk, general market talk. If you've got a question, regarding something about trade ideas, that's why I've got this tab here. Okay. Watch yourself, JJ. Okay, mob resumed, and what price? Keep an eye on the VACC, guys. Again, it is flirting with that 200-day moving average. Did it get halted? Oh no, I'm just looking. I just wasn't trading very much. I'm talking about the VACC. Okay, now mob got halted on the way down. Boy, this VACC is really interesting, guys. I mean, it's just kind of, again, flirting with that 200-day. God, I'm going to take my break, but how can I now? I, I'm trying to be greedy on the VACC. It may backfire on me, but we'll see. I have a 15-minute chart. Is that a question? I mean, can you not see it? 15-minute chart? Okay, yeah, I do have a 15-minute chart. Maybe you can't see my entire screen. No, I don't have, I have four thumbnail charts and that's it. I only use trade ideas charting. Man, Okay, guys, I booted myself out again of the VACC for basically nothing. I keep hoping that it's going to just really explode off that 200 day. You know what, Karen? I don't know if you're new to the room today, but we've got some traders in here, been here quite a while, including Dak and others. And for you to come into the room and just sort of say, act like you've been here for a long time and kind of dumping on people, not sure you want to be in this room. I mean, it's a free room. And if you don't like the way it is being run, you can certainly go to another free room if you want to. Okay, one last time. What time is it? 11:50. Man, I might not be able to take a break because this could be a crazy. I'm talking about the VACC. Maybe third time lucky. Weed is going. Let's take a look at MJ. Yeah, a little bit of a pop. How about Tilray? Take a look at Tilray. Yeah, a little bit of a pop for Tilray. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in here. You guys want to head over to YouTube while I'm on my break? Andy will be there in about 8 or 9 minutes. Just a minute, please. Ooh, my music stops. What's going on here? What is Uber doing? No, nothing. Okay. Just showing up on that large cap race. Glad to hear that paper. Try to manage people's expectations about a test drive. Certainly you will not know everything there is to know about trade ideas in 10 trading days, but hopefully gives you a taste of what you can do with it, especially with the races. That's okay. That's okay. Man, this VACC is just okay. Where all the cannabis plays going, CGC, little paw for CGC. I just can't get behind these. I'm sorry. Look at that NJ. I mean, what a mess. I mean, okay, had a decent day yesterday, crawling off the bottom five, but not that much. Right at that 200-day face share. So, the trying it one more time. It's not 719, right at that area. So I'm just waiting to see if it, again, I got a little bit greedy. I could have taken some out, but, got up to 745. In fact, well, you know what? I would have taken some out, but it went so quickly there. I couldn't do it. And then it came right back down. So I'm just waiting to see because it's got all this room. It's got the room to eight. So I'm just wanting to see if it can do something like that. Low, not a low float though, 35 million in the float. So it's not crazy low. But this is the second time I've been in it. Both times before, I will say basically out for no gain. Ah, jeez. Okay, that's it. I'm done with you. Took a small loss on it. I'm just done. It's just too erratic. Plus, I'll be taking my break pretty soon, so that's good timing. Okay, guys, one more time. I'll just put the YouTube link in. Just waiting for Andy to show up. Now, this VIVK, which was super active a couple of days ago, getting back up to that price, but look what it did 2 days ago. Okay, got up to what, 235, and when you look left, what do you see? Look at all this, between 230 and 240, and that's where it stalled. Now, will that happen today? I don't know, but it just prevents me from taking the trade. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Should be any moment now. So I'll put my announcement in. Yeah, my break, this is my break, guys. I do a video, I do a 10 to 15-minute workout, then I go outside and water the lawn and the plants, etc., because it's only 9 o'clock my time, of course, so it's a good time to do it. And then I race back, sit down for 1 o'clock your time or Eastern time. That's my break. There he is. I hear that little ping. That means
Hey Barry, how you doing, buddy?
good, Andy. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. How
Some
you
good
faring
news.
over there? You got some good trades to share
Well,
with me?
not really. The VACC has I've been in it 3 times. A couple of minor gains the first two, and then a little loss on the second one. It's just I'm just looking at this is the VACC. I'm just it's trying to get through that 200 day in a big way. It's 719, and it just is sort of struggling to do it.
Yes,
You
yes, I
know, and
see.
it's
I see that. Yeah.
It's had some pops up into the 740
Uh-huh.
level. I got greedy. I didn't take because I've been in 3 times right around the 200 day, and thinking okay because it's got some room to eight.
Sure.
If you look left,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I
but
see that.
it's been a real trial for me. So to answer your question, no, I'm not really. Plus, I had all sorts of issues with that DNS stuff this morning. Even after I fixed it, the trade ideas issue with the domain.
Hmm.
Even after I fixed it, then it came back to haunt me. So I had to. I've had some real issues this morning.
Oh man. Yeah, yeah. We got to get those cleaned up. Uh,
Hmm.
it
Yeah,
happens sometimes when we introduce all this new technology with the races and everything. Sometimes it can cause bugs and other things. So anyway, we'll get it
hmm.
cleaned up. Yeah. But
Okay, my
well, hey
friend,
man, yeah, take off. Go get you a sandwich, play with the dog, and have you a good break.
and the cat.
And
Don't
the
forget
cat.
the
Okay,
cat.
that's right. I did
Okay.
not know that, but I won't next time.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right,
Andy.
Barry.
We'll see you in
Take care,
about
buddy.
an hour.
All righty. Hello, everybody. Uh, Welcome to the support webinar. And that's typically Friday, but I've switched with Steve. He normally does the Thursday, but his schedule's getting pretty full on Thursday. So when I can, I'll switch with him. I don't mind. Well, hey Pete, how you doing, bud? All right. What have you guys been up to? Uh, I was fortunate enough to be holding a lot of China stocks overnight. Yeah, I think one of the bugs is our closed P&L. See, this stuff's not making sense at all. Like this Baba, I'm in from 90, and it's like almost up $10. And I closed some out today, but it's like showing me at anyway. That's the way it goes. Trying to figure out how upon first open you all group all windows, including the navigation bar at the top, so they can move together. Well, I'm sure you're talking about the desktop app, but can't get them to do that for some reason. So, are you trying to build a? Uh, so you say you're trying to build a docked window with all your windows in a docked window? Yeah, because when you first open up our product, everything is free floating. That's why we invented the docks. A lot of people like myself, I like free floating windows because I have windows on other monitors mixed in with the different things. So I love the free floating. I do have some stuff in my docs, but most of it is homework stuff. But uh, you know, I mean, this we have a really uh, if I don't know if you've been there yet, but Our user guide is incredible, and it does have a nice little go to full. You have a search, so you can just put in here, docking, and we have videos in there. Just click on docked window, and we will walk you through the whole thing. And we also have some windows in there, how to build it and things like that. It's really a very good user guide that Stephanie put together for us. And a lot of people aren't aware of it. And I'll drop the link for you if you don't know where it is. But here, I'll drop the link for docking. Uh, the key is just playing around with it and getting to familiarize. Uh, that's what Fisher is saying there. That's how he learned uh, docking. Yeah. So I I could sit here and try to show you, uh, but that user guide is going to. I could here. Let me just show you real quick. I mean, because these are the little quirks you have to figure out. It just takes time playing with it. So let's say I want to put this chart in a new docked window. I just right click on it, and I can duplicate into new docked window. Okay. So now that chart's in there, and let's say I want to put a 15-minute chart in there, duplicate into the new docked window. Now I got two charts. And let's say I want to put extreme volume high low pro. Uh, and see if you have your windows on a free floating layout right now, you can easily do this. Just put them in. Now I got four in there. See, I want to put this master blaster in there. Okay, now I got five. It kind of looks messy, but all you got to do is grab these and start building. Okay, and like I said, it's just trial and error. Let's say I want to put the daily chart on top of the 15-minute chart. Now you're like, oh my gosh, where did these go? They're going to be somewhere in one of your tabs. Since they started out in the daily, they're going to remain in there. So you can see here, I got my two windows that I created. Let's say I want to do this extreme volume high low, and I want to put it to the right. So you got to make sure you take it and put it exactly on the area you want to put it. Okay. And now let me say this extreme master blaster, I want to put next to the daily down here. And you can continue on, let's say I want to put my sector analysis in there. And let's say I want to drop this one right next to my chart over here. Boom. And let's say I want to put my swing trade watch list in there. And then I can just grab that. And let's put it right here next to this one. And now you have these borders where you can just grab it and stretch it out like this, and you can make it nice and even and square, and you can just basically uh, build it just like that. I mean, I have a pretty decent docking window right now, just with six windows, two charts and four scans in there, and I put that together in less than 3 minutes. And then of course you want to save it. If you save it, all you got to do when you're working with a docked window is click anywhere. If you click on this sector analysis and click save, it's not going to save that window. It's going to save the whole docking window. Okay, because these are kind of all one and the same. So and that video will walk you through it as well and there'll be other videos in there for you. So once you get the swing of it, it really is just taking about an hour and learning how to navigate the where to put things, and uh know how to adjust these bars. It can get kind of quirky depending on how you kind of set where you set your windows, but you'll get the swing of it. And then you can always resize it, and that's why we did our columns. So if you want to make it smaller, you can make it smaller. I hope that helped you there, Kref. The blue color doesn't always appear. I'm not sure what that means. How do you add? No, you don't. Are you talking about this? What do you mean by nav bar? Are you talking about the main toolbar? You can't. Well, maybe you can, but the toolbar is uh, to place the windows. Okay. The toolbar is it's always going to be free floating. I don't think you can put this into a dock window because this is kind of uh, your main control unit, okay, for controlling your whole layout. So you want that kind of separate. I don't see any reason why you want a toolbar, inside the docked window. I think there's a way to get a channel bar in there, but I don't know how. I've never done that because we have a docked channel bar that will bring it up where you can bring up the docked channel bar, and then all the channels will be in uh, in these docked windows. So you can just cruise around, explosive winners. Good. So yeah, I don't getting back. I don't really understand the need for putting a toolbar inside the docked window because I mean, you can always cover it up or just leave it on top like most people do. Just leave it up there in the upper left corner. Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome, Kref. Now let me close out a few of these. Really liking this CD. I bought this on the drive down. I actually looked at their earnings report. I know it's China, and sometimes a lot of people think you can't trust their earning. But man, I looked at the earnings report this morning. It was very impressive, and so I bought this one on the drive down this morning. The reason my uh, price is higher now because I did add to my position, but I think this one has a chance to go back to highs and take out that 3-day high there. The market's kind of slopping around. This market's had a hard time getting a consistent move higher. All right, let's take a look around at the market since we're talking about it. Oh, that dock channel bar. Yeah, everything that you have access to is in the new channel. Just click on new, okay? And you can see we have an array of pretty much well, we do every window that you can have with trade ideas will be in the new tab. So if you want dock channel bar, just click on it like that. Now, you cannot customize this, all right? So don't think you can come in here and like go into one of these and then customize it. You can uh, and save it to your cloud. I don't think the channel bar is going to be in there though. You can try that, uh, but as far as this dock channel bar, you're not going to be able to rearrange and save any of that stuff inside the dock channel bar. All right, you found it. And who's hitting me up? Okay. All righty. Uh, Gosh, I'm upset that I missed this earlier today. I looked at it right here and I did not grab it. That was an earnings play. But yeah, getting back to the overall markets, obviously, China is the play today. Spies just having a hard time, ran into that 20 period moving average, and now it looks like we may try to go to lows for the day. Take a look at the Qs. Yeah, they got nowhere near their 20 moving average, and now they're below their 10 period moving average. What's the IWM doing? It's actually one of the strongest, back above its 20 period moving average. We'll see if that can hold. But meanwhile, the spies are bleeding down. See if anything's happening in the races. Change in 2 minute here. Strong one today. Looks like an no, earnings were yesterday in pre-market. Mike C, what's up? What has been my best trade this week? Ah, Lee, what is it's there hasn't been just a banner good one, but I've done real well on my China. You know how I like to trade the China stocks, and I was watching it as the I loved when you got a lot of the moves like yesterday in K Web where it just opened up slightly down and just took off. A lot of the trades I were in kind of did the same thing, gap down, got ugly, but I stuck with them and held a lot of them overnight that are doing well for me. Uh, Trying to think which one is the like I said, you can't these P and Ls. Yeah, I got to talk to them about these P and Ls. They're not right. Uh, let's see, Snap. I just bought today. Kind of bought that off of I kind of missed that pins this morning. It was making a credible move this morning. Still holding up very well. Kind of a sympathy play. Snap a lot of times will move in sympathy with PINS, and I like the way the daily looks. Still like it. Holding on to this 20. Uh, I'm trying to think. It might be this CD. I've traded a couple of times this week. On this day, I bought it right as it took out the lows, uh, and and I did end up scalping that out. And then this morning, when it came on for earnings, I bought it down here and uh, still in it. Okay size. So if this thing goes back to highs, so probably yeah, probably CD since I have traded that a couple of times. I love the way it was just kind of. I was in it earlier from right around when it broke through this level right here, and it just got kept going sideways. This is as China was going lower. Always look for relative strength, and then of course it had a nice move on that day. But it hasn't been, it's been an active trading stock just because you can see all the wicks. I really like taking advantage of strong daily charts on intraday weakness a lot of times. Uh, I've I've messed around with building alerts just to find things like that, where they come down and hit the 10. And I think I have one. This would appeared in my pullback to the 10 on this day right here. Uh, I need to start looking at that more often, especially in this kind of volatile, bearish market that we have. You can catch a lot of good stocks, especially at the open. And let's see. Yeah, tell this guy I'm doing a webinar. Let me let him know. All right. Yeah, yeah. So a lot of China plays. CBAT. I really like the way this was setting up, and especially with a lot of the uh, and I still like it. I kind of bought it at 152 today, but uh, earnings on this day gapped up, came back down to the 20, and now it's above all its moving averages. And China and lithium has been very strong lately. Now I know this is a what I call a pissant, a very speculative play, but I like in the daily here. I mean, you're talking, and I know Mike C knows I kind of like these Dawn of the Dead type plays, man, where they're coming out of a bottom and starting to build more of a kind of bullish pattern there. So maybe one to keep an eye on. Uh, that CBAT. Now, I was in lithium. I was in lithium for a few days. I did sell it today. Just and when it put in that little top this morning, I bailed. So you got a lot of these. Plug was a call in the eye yesterday. Had a very nice gap this morning. So a lot of these alternative energy lithium type plays have been hot. So I think if the CBAT can get going here, it'd make me happy. I don't know if you can help me with this, and I did use the user guide for this. I was trying to establish an external link under the tools options, but it didn't work. What are you trying to link, Bashir? TD? Yeah, go. I think there might be a little extra step in there. Are you opening them both from administrator? Running them both as administrator? If Yeah, if those instructions are if you can't get them to go, just go to are you familiar with our online chat? Uh, well, you're just gonna want to, I think you can let like I said, I don't do this right now since I'm more of a swing trader. I don't have like a I don't need a fast, platform to get me going, but if you right click on here, it should be an option to run as administrator, okay? And you should have the same option on your TD Ameritrade. If you're launching from an icon on your desktop, you should have an option to run as administrator. You want to run them both as administrators. And like I said, I'm not the linking specialist, so if you do that and then use the instructions, online, you're probably going to hopefully get it to work. And if not, just come to our online chat and Chris will do a remote and get you going. Somebody will do a remote and get you going, but it's usually Chris, or at least tell you what to do to kind of walk you through it. That usually will work. All right. Uh, it's good question there, Sam. I probably, what I may start doing is, if this market continues like it is and it could be very sloppy, I may do that. Just open up a lot of my alerts where they're slamming into the 10, 20, or 50. I have one called tagging the 50 that I built, and sometimes you can find some good ones on that. See if anything came through there today. But a lot of times you got to be careful with this. Let's check out Square. Okay, that one's kind of going sideways, but you can see, boy, it just went down there, bing, and hit the 50 and bounced. Uh, Activision went, it's kind of a painful if you bought it right at the 50. It did go, quite a bit below, but you can see now it finally bounced and it's above. So if you're a swing trader, you're not worried about, a little extra move, like that. You're only talking about what, another 30 cents lower or something like that. So I wouldn't be concerned about something like that. I'm not saying I would have bought that, but there's another one's kind of riding it. And nothing really happened. There's RCM. So yeah, I'm finding a lot of contrarian plays, just like I showed you today in the uh, CD, which is getting close to highs now. When you see these strong charts, even though if you look at the grand scheme of things, it's not that. But the last several months, it's been holding up very strong above all its moving averages. And boy, I just thought that was a gift this morning because I trade a lot of China stocks, and they will do this at the open. Uh, a lot of times, JD is a great example. If you go back to, yeah, this day right here was earnings. Wham, went down all the way to here, guys, and look at this. Look what's happened since then. So you start, to take advantage of moves like that. Now, I'm not saying just pile in full bore, but you can buy half a position, a quarter, whatever you feel comfortable with. A quarter position. I bought a half a position for in CD this morning, and then I can add once it starts improving, gets above the moving averages or pulls back, then I can start adding to my position. Now, uh, it's it's not a game for everybody because if you're wrong, you can get run over. But like in what I did this morning in CD was, you can see the opening here, and it drove down. I even told the guys in my trade ideas chat that if it gets above, it drove down. I said if this thing gets above 730, I'm buying it, and sure enough, it popped. As soon as it did, I bought it, and that was so far so good. So, uh, but if you're a new trader, I probably would not tell you to do things like this, but I trade a lot of China stocks. I have been for a very long time. When they're hot, when they're not, I find something else. But about, a few months ago, the China markets were for about 3 months outperforming the US markets, and I was kind of waiting, and then they kind of got into an ugly downtrend. And then I was watching as we kind of started to roll over a little bit, and I was going to see, would we see maybe some rotation into the China? And yeah, it's exactly what we're seeing about the last 2 or 3 days. Yeah, yeah, I do. I can't drop them in here. If you want, Ron, if you want to email me, uh, I can send you that list. Uh, I have a China watcher, but like I said, you're gonna have to get the list. Unfortunately, yeah, this chat is not big enough to drop that whole list in because it's probably a couple hundred stocks, but a lot of them they hardly trade at all. And a lot of times I'll start looking for ones, that may be lagging. I know JKS hasn't been performing, all that well today. Uh, and has not been performing all that well. That does have earnings, I think, coming up. Yes, what is it, 26, and so tomorrow morning. One I'll be watching. I'll probably look at the earnings report and I'll be watching it for sure. Yeah, I can share that. What I do with it. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. And let me show you what you may do. This is all I did. Okay. Uh, I just went to list of China stocks. There you go. You can see where I typed it in earlier. And uh, let's see which one that looks highlighted. All right. And so there you go. And then all you have to do is if you're not going to be able to copy from here, but if you just export it to Excel, okay? And of course, I have to do it to my Google Docs. But if you export it, and then you're going to have a nice little Excel where you can just hold down your mouse and just copy all of them, and then drop them into your symbol list. It's really very simple. So this is all I grab, and you can see all these stocks in here. Now, a lot of them are going to do very, very anemic volume, but if you want to put, I don't put one on mine, but on that China watcher that I shared with you, if you want to put like an average daily volume filter or something like that on it, so you're not getting these ones that are really thin. But I don't mind the ones that are really thin. So anyway, try that, and if it doesn't work, just shoot me an email, and I will get you a copy of it. I bought some of this SOS yesterday at 657, just a small size to keep it on the radar because this has a habit. You had a nice little volume here, then you had nice volume coming in here, and now it's kind of going sideways. And with China hot, I will do this a lot of times by just kind of a holding position, and then if it pops above these moving averages, I can add to it. And yeah, that move right there was one of my best trades of the year because I had pretty good size from like oh gosh, I think from like 565 or something like that, and the thing went all the way up to $10. I didn't sell it obviously all right there, but I did get off some up close near the top. Okay, Ron, thank you very much. He said he ran a China scan. Man, I tell you, it's good to have it handy. Okay, I'm not saying play it all the time, but when you look down and you look at your sector analysis and you see these Chinas, you can find some really good trades in there. And like I said, I think I had come about 8 positions coming into this morning, so I missed a lot. I added to my position in Neo back here at around 1980 on this pullback because it's getting through these moving averages, and I'd like if it can hold above these moving averages, I think it can, make its way. This earnings play as well. What's Tesla doing today? I didn't even see what its yeah, did its stock split. So Soul disappointed me though. I added to my position today. I'm kind of flat right now in the position, but I thought it would have you could not get through those moving averages. So that was kind of a gamble there today, adding below these moving averages. But it's one I'm gonna still like the overall daily pattern. Hopefully do like a little cup and handle here, but needs to get above those moving averages. Now, if it takes out to, yesterday's lows, I'd probably sell it. LGVN going off on Barries, huh? CD getting close to highs. All right. And I have from that watch list, I run China Watcher races. Missed this one. This one was on my radar too, and I missed that one today. This is what happens when the market opens up and you're watching all your positions fly around. All right, this one's starting to pull back. This thing comes down here and hits. I'm going to raise this up a little bit right at the high it broke through and see if that thing comes down there. I may have to. That would put it real close to its 50 period. Yeah, I like that if it comes back, it comes down there to that 682 level. Yeah, see bad. Need to hold that level right there. And Baba up above 100 again. Looks like it wants to go to that 50 period. Let's see. Your scans have high range. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you have a minimum for volume and relative volume in order to trade a stock? Uh, Not as much as back when I was a day trader. For swing trading, I prefer, if I'm especially looking at a setup and it breaks out of a range, I would prefer it be doing volume, but it won't keep me out of a trade because I know, it's price. It's price pays, as Brian Shannon always says. So now I may not buy as much. Maybe, if it's doing anemic volume, maybe I'll buy half size and see if it's kind of a head fake first, and then once I get uh, confirmation, either in continued direction or volume coming in, preferably with continued direction, uh, I will I'll add to it. A lot depends on the market though too. It's and my conviction. It's like when this I had a lot of conviction in the CD on this nice pullback here, just because it's doing good volume. It's an earnings play. I love that big tail there, and what's this yum doing? Yes. Let's go through the watcher here and see if there's anything that might catch. A lot of these are just going to be ugly, no volume stocks. Souls down there. CSIQ. The solars, for whatever reason, probably because internets are so strong and semis are, Nvidia had a nice little reversal from the gap down. And is it still holding that up? So solars, I guess, are just not in play. Let's check out for a solar. Nah, it's hanging in there. Not bad. That's another one I missed. That was on my list and missed. Yeah, you can see the swing trade watcher. This is the one I drop in the eye channel. Okay, the trader's eye. Uh, there were a lot of China stocks in there today. Now this SD has a big short float of 33%, and boy, it sure looks like it wants to go, you know, close to another buck. It's just been a tricky one to trade, obviously, because it trades with oil. And right now, I probably wouldn't buy it because oil is near lows. But definitely one to keep an eye on if the oil can, pop up, back over this 80 mark, the USO, I should say, pops up above this 80 mark. Maybe I'll put a little alert in there because that ST could really get going if it. I'm always hesitant to trade it because what does it have? Zero cash. There's nothing in this field. I've checked with other. Well, I checked with Yahoo, and it says the same thing. Cash not applicable. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. They got no cash. All right, let me check my positions real quick. Yeah, Snap needs to hold that level. Basically in right here. Bought it at 10.95. Nothing going on there. Neo trying to get back above that. Netflix kind of stuck between underneath its 20. That's crazy. Yeah, you got KWeb up over 6.5%, and the spies and Qs look like they want to bleed off and go to lows here. So could be seeing a rotation for sure. Don't know how long it'll last, but just check out, see what kind of follow through we had from Barry's watch list today. So far, so good for that one. This one was a nice little one for a while. Yeah, same thing there. Got about a 30-minute move. And you got small move there, not much. Drug, nothing there. Ah, that's a nice one. Looks like 231. Well, it looks good on the chart, but we're only talking about 13 or 14 cents. So you have to buy a lot of that. No good there. kind of just sideways slop there. CCJ, no follow through. Via, no follow through. It's not the same. Is that the same Avaya with the little orange bunnies? Surely that's not trading at a buck 48, is it? Nice volume over the last 3 days. See what old mind med's doing. Just kind of hanging out. Take a look at the sectors. Yeah, X was doing pretty good this morning, I noticed. Yeah, I had a nice move. That was all. I think that was on my list as well. Yeah, it was on my swing trade watcher list. This moving. I'm telling you guys, unless you're maybe chasing a momentum play or something like this, if you're looking for swing trades, wait for your price. You get moves like this all the time, you know. So what I'll do is I'll look at the daily charts and look for moves like I was mentioned to you earlier. And if I'm buying something like right now, if I bought Esty, which doesn't look bad, I'd just buy a half size because I would be prepared, for a downdraft, or maybe I can pick up the other half. But boy, it seems like boy, especially in the morning time, in the first 30 minutes to an hour, you can get some really good gifts. You can see this beak I've been in since 1563. The spiders look like they want to go lower. Got some bifurcation going on. But my big cap mover still has 62% upside buying. Now I do use a volume filter in that to only catch the ones that are doing decent volume versus just slopping around on anemic volume. But still, so that's impressive. Yeah, I wouldn't be shorting right now based on that personally, but who knows? What is that? What is that V? What is it? VACC? Is that the one? Nah, never got through. Yeah, you got to make sure you're picking the right ones. I noticed the last few days, the luster has kind of ran out a little bit on some of these small caps. I mean, you can still find them, that's for sure, but uh, there's a lot more that fail. And as I speak, the spiders kind of broke that ledge. Well, shoot, market spill over into my China stocks. Put this back in its proper location. Oh, almost got down there to me. That happens a lot, it seems like. Let's take a look at their earnings. Small increase in revenues, nice increase in profits, kind of flat on gross margins. Yeah, it's okay in my opinion, but I thought CDs was a lot better. So you're gonna have to make me sell you. I really don't want to do that. There's a funny little somebody just pointed out a rocket there, popped up, bar reversal, got slammed down. That doesn't look like a bad swing. I'd feel better if it touched that 50. MSRP. All right, Mike C. Let's take a look. PR, I should say. Yeah, yeah. Boy, I'd love to catch something like that right around 190. But still, yeah, that's nice volume coming in. Spiders put in a wick. Come on. What? Look at that. Whoop whoop. It's the kind of thing that happens when you got 62% upside volume. What's that Neo doing? Even add some more if it gets back up, it gets above this level right here. It's above that 2010. All right. Market is kind of it's that time of year, guys. I mean, I've been trading actively for 25 years now. And I can tell you right now, the slowest period there is from right now till after Labor Day. And usually after Labor Day, uh, it can be surprisingly slow again for about another week after that. Seems like everybody comes back, gets settled in. But yeah.
Andrew.
Hey, Barry, how
Hey,
are you,
here I
buddy?
am. I'm good. I'm good. And excuse me, continuing what you're talking about, every morning I go through an upgrade and downgrade list that I get
Hmm.
from briefing.com. And usually, I mean, it depends on the day, of course, but the upgrade list or the downgrade list, usually substantially full. In the last, this week, the upgrade list may be four, the downgrade list may be six, seven, and
Oh
you're
wow.
absolutely right. I mean,
Yeah.
it's hardly any action whatsoever. I mean, some days, I can have 20 or 30 or 40 in each one of them.
Oh yeah.
So
It
not much action. But
no.
also, Andy, did you know that September is the worst performing month of the SPY in history
It seems
for the
like I
market?
have seen that data. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You would think
SPY
it'd
is
be October with all the crashes, but no, it's September,
yeah.
huh? Okay, we'll have to keep that in
Or
the
you
back.
would think maybe people getting back from vacation and all right, we're going to get into the market and the market rips in September. Not the case. I mean,
Yeah,
historically, I mean, we don't
right.
know what's going to happen this September, but historically, it's been the worst performing month in history. So there you go. There's my
Interesting. Yeah,
my
yeah.
little nugget.
Yeah. It seems like it's maybe last year or something. I heard that, but yeah, I'll have to keep that in the back of my mind when I'm looking to buy all these stocks, huh?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Well, I finally made an okay trade on the MSPR. I mean, but it's been a grind today.
Yeah.
It's just not been a lot of continuation that I've seen. And so I was very quick to take profit on that MSPR. Came in the race and got in around that 224 mark and sold at 240 and said, that's it. So yeah, not a
Good.
lot of
Good for you.
continuation.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
bad.
Not bad at all.
And just to put a stamp on that, VACC,
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
I haven't,
Yep.
well, I haven't opened the room yet, the other room yet, but the importance of a stop. I could have got
Sure.
really, really stubborn and said,
Hmm.
it'll come back.
Oh
It's
yeah.
got to come back.
Oh yeah, it's gonna hit that 15 minute, period. I mean, the 10 period moving average and bounce right back to highs. No,
Exactly,
yeah, you
exactly.
start talking
And
yourself into things.
oh yeah, but I just obeyed my stop
Good,
and got out with that manageable loss, and which would have been way bigger if I just held on to where it
sure.
is now.
Oh
So
heck yeah, yeah.
anyway,
I was just mentioning, but maybe before you came in here, that I've noticed a lot of these, piss ants, I call them. You got to be real choosy on which ones you're grabbing because a lot of them are
mhm.
failing over the last few days. So Uh,
You know what I'm actually interested in, believe it or not, is this mob, MOB. So it was the IPO today, and I almost got it right at that, just before it got halted. Didn't quite get it, but I am seriously, if this takes out the high of the day,
uh
I may take that.
There you go.
Yep,
Okay,
because it's
I'll put
it's
an
an
alert
IPO
up there
today.
right now. Yeah, just right below it, so I'll get a little head start maybe. But
Yeah. Oh, no, 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 no! Don't get a head start and take
no,
it
well,
now, Andy.
I guess what I mean is I'll get notified, and then
Oh, okay.
by the time I load it and get it, I'll chase it 40 cents.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because yeah, no, but this is one of those ones with the crazy low structure. I think 2 million shares and the IPO
Okay.
was at 417. So it's above the IPO price, low number of shares, and you
Okay.
never know what can happen.
All
So
right.
and I guess it's
What
in
was
this
the
Rayleigh
IPO?
stock.
What was the IPO price?
417.
Okay. Okay. Oh, so it's above it. Okay.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so it's above it.
Okay.
That's what gets me interested.
Sure. All right, man. That's I'll keep an eye on it.
All right. All
All
right.
right, Barry.
And
Well, thank you, buddy, and you enjoy the rest
um,
of your day.
I will. Let me just start sharing my screen
Oh,
before
okay.
you leave.
All
And
righty.
okay,
All
you're
right.
good to go.
All right,
Thanks,
Barry. Have a
Andy.
good one, bud. Bye bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. And yeah, when I was talking to Andy, so I did take, but I was quick to get rid of it, guys. This is today, I don't want to label myself as a scalper, but with what happened with the VACC three times to me, I'm just now, and I could have made a little bit of money each time I took it, but I just resisted. The MSPR though was winning a race, and it was just kind of basing a little bit for me anyway around that 224 mark. So I thought I'd take it. I took it, but I exited most of it right at 240. And so, I mean, it's not a bad little percentage move, but certainly not. Not what I mean, the reason I took it, I get because when you look left, it had room to 283, but I was not going to get, thinking that it's going to even get remotely there. And also, when I was talking to Andy, and I put this in the room, the importance of a stop, guys. I mean, I could have got with the VACC. So I got stopped out. I actually took myself out of the trade before my actual stop price because I didn't like the way it was trading. So, just a very manageable little loss on it. But what if I'd got really stubborn, thinking, it's going to come back. It's going to get back up to that 8 level that we were maybe hoping it would challenge. I'd be down way, way more and hoping and praying that it would come back, which I know we've all done at one point. So the importance of placing a stop. I could, I mean, if this ever did come back up through that 200-day later on in the day, I mean, maybe I would take a look at it again. But right now, I'm feeling really good about taking a very manageable loss instead of holding on, and now I'd be sweating. So it's it. Let's see. Anything else happening? Oh my goodness, my goodness. While I was gone, also, and you know, I took this MSOS, guys. I took the MSOS. I didn't even actually know that it was a cannabis ETF. It came in one of my, I guess, on one of my races, and I got in at 13.18, and I looked and said, "Oh my gosh, this is a cannabis ETF. I don't want that." And so I literally exited for about 2 cents, and now I see it's starting to rip a little bit. And I know Zach earlier today said something about cannabis. What is MJ doing? Is it looking? Is it looking? Yeah, it looks kind of. In fact, the MSOS. I've seen this one in the past, but I usually always look at MJ. This looks actually better than MJ. And I mean, you can kind of see there's some room for it to go. Whereas MJ, even though it's supposed, they're both sort of the same. I mean, I suppose you could say this has some room, but anyway, MSOS. But I'm not in it anymore because the minute I saw it was a cannabis ETF. Now, the other thing I was talking to Andy about in the other room before I just unmuted myself in the main room is this mob. So I'm really interested. If it gets, I think I know how the mob psychology is going to work. I mean, if it can take out the high of the day at some point, you could get some interest. So I've got an alert set at the high, the ominous 666. So we'll see what happens later on. Maybe, Mike. So we are not, or we're caught up now, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm reading some of the comments about, you're probably talking about ANF, right? Well, I didn't read. All I know it was an earnings play. Got hammered at the beginning of the day. Made a great comeback. In fact, it probably even went positive. Now it's starting to drift down again. But yeah, I mean, it's all about you. I mean, if you just look at a headline and it says they missed earnings, missed revenue, but maybe they didn't miss as much as the analysts thought. You know what I mean? I mean, that's how that can work also. Yeah, it doesn't. Usually they don't open in the afternoon, so no, there's not written in stone on that PXMD and the BIAF. The BIAF has been around for quite a while, I think. I remember seeing that weeks ago, it seems, that I put that alert in. So it's been constantly delayed. If that's the case, though, I mean, the big one for tomorrow, though it may be almost impossible to get, will be this JZ. Okay. It's very low float, very low price, China education stock. I doubt we're going to be able to get it at a decent price. It probably is going to open, explode, but you never know. Okay, guys, I'm just following an internal discussion. COSM. You guys have been talking about COSM. It's a real cheap one. Okay. Not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Not that that matters, but all right, guys. Well, look at the SPY. Now I'm going to get rid of that bottoming tail. But look at the SPY. Just absolutely, yeah, not doing anything the last little while. Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little, NAS is up a little bit more, but other than that, not much happening right now, guys, for me anyway. This G-Sun has just been insane. Ugh. Every time I look at it, I go, okay, should you take just a little bit? No, you can't do it. Doesn't meet your trading style or plan. And I look later and it's up $5. So the next high looking left is 44.98, 44.98 for G-Sun. China stock, China education. That's why I'm saying tomorrow, Jay-Z is an education stock. Not that it's going to do the GSUN thing, but it is an education stock. In that, let's take a look to see what exactly it is all about. So this is what you can do. So there it is. And the other big thing is look who's behind it, AMTD. Okay, so let's take a look. So it was postponed on July the 26th. Anyway, we'll see what happens. I mean, look how many shares, hardly any. Oh, actually, for this style, that's a lot of shares. 5 million. I'm kind of kidding, but you can see how some of the other ones are really, really low. Mob is like 2.9, and then that PXMD, which looks like it's well, yeah. It's actually now Friday. It does say Friday. Boy, we could have a busy day on Friday. I don't care about the SPAC, but we could have a busy day tomorrow. One, two, three, four, five of them, maybe. My guess is that some of them will be postponed till next week. ACLS. Take a look at that one. ACLS. Oh, okay. Now I see why. I mean, I just don't follow. I mean, you're right. It broke out. It's not an earnings play. Looks like it's just, I don't know what the specific reason for this other than looks like semis are pretty, excuse me, pretty active right now. Industrial machinery manufacturing, the manufacture of capital equipment for the semi industry. Okay, that's what that means. Okay, that's why I thought it sort of lumped in with the semis. So finally, okay, maybe keep an eye on VIST, guys. VIST. Look left. Is there some room? I don't see any near-term resistance, near term for VIST. So let's keep an eye on this one as it's sort of trying to break out a little bit. Not a lot of volume though. That's the issue. 615,000 shares. I mean, it's 1.8 times normal, but you can kind of get trapped in these. I'd like to see a lot more volume. Yeah, no follow through for drug. This is a messy trader. If you're wondering why I'm calling it a messy trader, look at the daily chart for drug. Yeah, I'm looking at that Mego right now as a short, absolutely. But look at this is what I call a messy trader on the daily chart. It doesn't give you a lot of confidence because look at these topping tails. Look at them all. I mean, there's one smaller one here, but big one, like three big ones, like three really big ones. So what does it mean? It means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 days ago, this stock got up to 475, and the sellers knocked it all the way down to 220. Okay, that's a huge drop, obviously. The next day, not really that much. I mean, the buyers tried again. They got it up to 218, but the sellers closed it down here at 125. I mean, that's a massive drop. And then 2 days ago, 3 days ago, sellers got it up to 345. Sorry, the buyers got up to 345. Sellers knocked it back down to 2. I mean, these are big percentage moves. Yesterday was all over the place. I mean, another big topping tail, 262. Sellers knocked it down to 198. And now we've got the same nonsense going, up to 305. And who knows where this is going to be. Really tough intraday trading for something like this. I mean, the only trade was at the beginning of the day, really, but doesn't give you a lot of confidence, when you start to see these huge shopping tails every time that it tries to get going, the sellers just knock it down. So yeah, I mean, CF is another one outside of the price range I like, but boy, what a nice run it's had, and it's an all-time high. But what a nice run from 100 to 117 over the last 5 days, 4 days. Yeah, nice run. Now, Santos, as far as TradingView is concerned, are you using their web-based version, or I didn't even know. I used to have TradingView a couple of years ago, um, just to see what it was like. But I was using the web-based version. I never had a problem with linking, but I noticed we started getting some posts a little while ago, maybe 2, 3 months ago. I didn't even realize they had a downloadable version, and the linking didn't seem to work. So, are you using the web-based version of TradingView? Because that I don't think that ever was a problem in terms of linking. Okay, so you are using the as I call it, the downloadable. Excuse me, I got something in my mouth. Just a minute. Okay. Well, that's good. Good to know, because I know we've and people get really upset with us because how come your program doesn't link? It used to, and they don't understand that the people that we're trying to link with, they don't give a rip about us. Okay, I mean, I hate to be that blunt, but that's the issue. They don't care whether we link with them or not. So if they change anything, in their API or anything at all, it's not like they're going to say, "Oh, trade ideas, this is what we did, and now this is all you have to do to reestablish the link." So, but people get so upset with us, and I don't think they understand that, linking is something that, we'd love to be able to link with everybody, but sometimes it's just impossible. Yeah. So, Mohammed, if you're talking about this buy button, this buy button puts a stop at the low of the day. So this is just if you're talking about that buy button, and my stop loss will be different every trade, Mohammed. Okay, it's always going to be based on usually where I look at resistance or support on a chart. Say on a 15-minute chart. Wow, look at it. I mean, I'm not in it anymore, but look at MSPR go. I took that MSPR trade earlier as an example. You probably weren't in the room. I was on my break, but it was winning a race. I'm just paying attention to the races, Mohammed. So it was winning a race, and right about here, right about there, it started to just kind of stall a little bit, or right around that 224 mark. And I made a decision. Okay, I looked left. What did I see? 283, was the next high looking left. So, number one, that meant for me, it had room to run if it wants to, before it hits that next high. I'm not saying it's ever going to get anywhere close to it, but that right off the bat makes it a candidate for a trade. And then I just kind of watched it as I thought it was just kind of basing right around that 220 level, 225 level, and I ended up taking the trade around 224. So, and my stop was going to be, right, not going to let it go down below 214. But every stop is different. Okay, it's not. I don't have a stop that's like a percent away every trade or a certain dollar figure every trade. It's all going to be based on what I'm looking at. Okay. So that's in that particular case, that was my analysis. I was on my break then, but I put in the room MSPR worth watching as an example. But my style, I'm a bit more of a field trader too. So it's hard to, I mean, I know what I like. Sometimes if I look, and you'll always hear me say, I mean, this LXU would have been very good, probably, if I'd seen it on that break of the consolidation a little bit earlier, because look at the consolidation, look at the break, had some volume to break it through. If you look left, looked like it had some room to, the 1670 mark. Remember, this is now at 1613. So for me, that would have been, if I'd seen it then, I probably would have taken that trade as an example. But I'm all about looking left on a daily chart to see, when I get an alert, where could it keep going to until it hits that next high? And if I think that next high is too close, then I just don't take the trade. Now, here's another one like this VVIK. So I saw this earlier, but the first thing I look at is that high of 235. Okay, left. Even this was a great setup. It's not bad. I mean, it's starting to, it's sort of consolidating a bit. And then all of a sudden, if it broke out of consolidation, I wouldn't be taking the trade because I'm just looking left and I see 2 days ago it hit 235. That could stall it. That could stall it. Okay. Well, I'm not really looking on the 15 that much. I mean, because most of the things I see are already at the high of the day or near the high of the day. It's the daily chart that I'm looking at. So if I can't see anything on the daily chart, if I were looking left here and I had this chart all the way expanded to here and I can't see anything, then I just started expanding it a little bit more. Okay. But at some point, I don't care. I mean, if it's coming into a high of 2 or 3 years ago, I probably don't care. But I know there are people that say, oh, no, you got to go back 10 years. And if it's hitting a high of 10 years ago, you got to be aware. And if that works for you, great. I don't think the market changes so much. I don't think something that happened 5 years ago is going to really influence the stock price today. It doesn't work with the web version of TradingView. Isn't that interesting? Because I was, when I had it, that's 2 or 3 years ago that I had it. I was just intrigued by it, see what their charts look like and all. And yeah, it was easy to establish the link. Anyway, well, not necessarily consolidate. I mean, it depends, your idea like everybody has a different idea of consolidation. I mean, some people say, well, it's got to consolidate for, oh, I don't know, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 2 hours. Um, it's not so much the consolidation. If the stock was pulling back a little bit and then it popped through the high of the day on volume, I could end up taking that trade. But you got to understand, Mohammed, I'm more of a field trader. I don't have like the hard and fast rules about why I take a trade. Not like I can say this has got to happen. The only thing, the only hard and fast rule that I never deviate from is having a stop and I get out. So it's not like, I mean, Steve Gomez, as an example, he looks at that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You can see that blue line maybe, and he wouldn't take this trade. He may have taken the trade here as it comes in, and then it's holding, and then maybe he will take the trade there. As an example, there's all sorts of different ways of trading. But that's why it's really hard for me to, in theory, teach my style because A lot of it is just feel and what I see, what the market's doing, what the float is, what has happened before. Look at Mob as an example. And I'm absolutely not suggesting anybody take this trade, but I'll be really interested if with this IPO if it takes out the high later on, because I think I have an idea about how trader psychology is, that if this takes out the high of the day, it could go for a while. But that's just me. That might not be anybody's plan, because a lot of people will never ever, and I used to be like that, never trade an IPO the first day. But with these crazy low float IPOs, low price, low float IPOs, I've sort of entered into the fray, shall we say? Okay, on some of them. But you have to, and I'm not just talking to you, Mohammed. That's why practice in the simulator. You have to figure out a style that makes sense to you. You might be more of a pullback trader, so you look at that VLCN and it pulled back to this 267. It's getting near the high. It's got room on the left. You try it, put a stop at 267, buy it at 274, see what happens. I mean, in the simulator. Yeah. So again, with the exit point, again, that will be a feel. If a stock, especially if it's a low float stock, if it goes up really quickly, on a percentage wise, and that could be 10, 15, 20%, I will more than likely take some off almost immediately. And it's not a matter of, well, I'll take 30% off or 25% off or 50% off. Again, it's a bit of a feel, because I know that something that goes up so quickly could easily just come right back down. So I'll always try to protect. Now, I don't really have what's called a target. I have what I call, where a stock could go, but I don't consider, like VLCN, if I were in this trade and I see that the next high is 333. I'm not suggesting it's going to get up to 333, but at least I know I don't have to worry about chart resistance. Okay, of blocking the trade. A bunch of other things can stop this from moving higher, but at least I don't have to worry about, what if you can see what I'm doing, like, what if all of this, I mean, what if all of this were right up here, right there? Okay, I wouldn't take the trade. I wouldn't even consider it, because I'd look at that and go, well, it's probably coming right into resistance. But looking left, I can see that there's not that. But again, doesn't mean it's going to get there. But at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. Okay, Santos. Well, it depends on what version you had before. I mean, I don't know, stock racing. I have no idea what version you had before. But you can always, when you go to the download page, if you scroll a little bit down, you'll see what has been added. But depends on what version you had. I mean, if it's a year old, obviously we've had a lot of things. If you're not familiar with the stock racing, that's probably the biggest thing that we have added. Yeah, I know, but what version were you coming from, Santos? When you upgraded, what version did you upgrade from? Because when you say the last, so I just don't know what. Oh, okay. Well, there's really nothing nothing major new. I mean, the racing is always going to be improved on. One of the things is, I mean, I don't know if you still were stuck on racing cars as an example. So now it's symbols, but the whole aspect of racing is being improved on as we speak. But it's not like there's been a massive change if you already had racing. Other than if you're still had the version with the cars have disappeared. It's just symbols now, as an example. The top 10 list, maybe you didn't, weren't aware of a top 10 list. If you have a race up and running and you right click on the window, something must be open. Just give me a moment. Something must be open. There we go. So if you have something that looks like this, show all, and what I call a real mess, because the way I like to organize it is, again, so now if you have that, all you have to do is right click and then show top 10 winners, because now this creates a watch list for the day automatically. Okay, based on how many times a stock won a race. But it's a bit of a choppy day, guys. I mean, I'm not just because drug is starting to creep up a little bit here, but I have no faith, zero faith after talking about all these topping tails. I mean, it just defeats the confidence. Or it really, it's hard to get confident about something that's like this when you see all these topping tails, buyers, really moving it higher, and then the sellers just thumping it down. So on a day like today, I kind of bide my time. Now, you never know, something could happen in this race, and you'd see it. You'd see all of a sudden maybe some stock that is not in the top 10, maybe never even showed up. And all of a sudden you'll see, oh, up 10, 15%. Click on it and see what's happening. Yeah, it just shows the winners for today. Yes. Now you can do a replay. We do have what's called a replay mode. Okay, so when the market stop is over, say at 4 o'clock, you can do what's called replay mode. And what it will do is for 6.5 minutes, it'll replay the entire day. Basically a minute for each hour that the market is open normal time. Say, so market's open from 9:30 to 4, that's 6.5 hours. So if I duplicate this just to show you what I'm talking about, so when this market closes, but I'm actually running this probably, I think, till 6 o'clock, because this race will still work after hours. So if you just want to have a race that works after hours also, you can keep using this, and you'll see the ones that are moving after hours. It's really good for that too. But I think at 6 p.m., yes, 6 p.m., what'll happen is it'll do a replay. But I can pick, if I wanted, I don't know how far back you can go, but I can replay. I can set this calendar to show another day as an example. Okay. So the replay mode, it's kind of cool. Somebody asked, well, what would be the real reason for using it? And for me, there'd be no reason. Okay. But let's just say, because I'm staring at this all day long. I mean, I'm obviously at my computer all day long. But what if I can only trade till, and all times Eastern, I can only trade to say 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, noon, and then I have to take off. Well, what I can do is when I come back, say at 4 in the afternoon or 5 in the afternoon Eastern time, I can run through replay mode, and it'll create that top 10 list for me. So even though I haven't been able to stick around the whole day, it'll create the top 10 list for me. And so what do you do with this top 10 list, at the end of the day? Well, some of them if something won a race over and over and over again today, maybe it has to be watched tomorrow, as an example. Okay. And so typically I'll look at maybe the top three. and check to see, well, what sort of room does it have? Drug is a terrible example because of all these topping tails. But what if what if drug closed up here at 340 in this area, and the day before that it got all the way up to say 5? I'd be looking at that going, I have to be watching this tomorrow. Now we had a bunch of technical issues, but they were they were DNS issues. Okay, Larry, I haven't had. Let's see. I'm going to just check to see if I have stale prices in Brokers Plus. Nope, because this last for seal, I'm looking at, and that's the last price, 130, and the last for drug, yeah, it's 255, 256. So maybe what you should do is, if you can just like save it as a default, because you want to save all your headers probably, okay, and then close it out and reload it again. But I can say that we're no issues, because I'm assuming when you say stale prices, maybe the last is not. Well, I mean, I always suggest using the last version, the beta. If you go to our home page, just click on the beta. So and click on the download. Now, this was the issue yesterday. See, it's happening again. I'm still having this issue. It's the only thing, though. I don't know what's going on here, but anyway, if you may not have this, okay, so you just have to keep scrolling down, 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 down. You won't have this. I mean, most people probably don't. And then here's the beta version 5.6.5. Yeah, this was the issue yesterday and this morning, but this is the only thing that seems to be affected. So I'm not going to. I'll have to deal with this after hours again. Pretty strange. So yeah, scroll past the production version. Well, it didn't seem to fix it for me. Shift F5. I mean, I did it. Shift F5. Nothing happens. Where am I supposed to be when I do that, Pepe? Okay. All right. Let's see. I mean, you certainly know. So let me go to the download page again. Okay. Okay. Shift. You don't mean Shift plus F5. You just mean Shift F5, right? Well, so what you're saying is now, okay, I've done it. I'm on the download page. I've done it several times. Shift F5, Shift F5. Now, probably what you mean is I've got to go back to it and see if it clears it up. And the answer is not yet. So I don't know what's going on, Pepe. You don't have to worry. But shit, I'm in here, and I'm in this page right here, the download page, as you called it. I'm going Shift F5, and nothing is happening. And you're using Chrome? Yeah, another browser would probably work, but I'd like to just stick with Chrome. But You can ask now, Michael. You have a question? Go ahead in our YouTube room. Ah, guys, Geo's alive again. So this one, look left, 842. So it's got some room over the whole number. Little bit of a chase on the 15-minute chart. You'd like to see it maybe, base just a little bit, even maybe, if you really want to be conservative, allow it to maybe try to pull back to that 10 SMA, but it may run. It may just keep running. I mean, you run, but there's that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. That's what Steve Gomez would do. He would wait. He would not take this trade right here. And he would wait to see if it pulled back. You see how it held the 10 SMA earlier? Because it has these silly little pops, China, even though it's down. But remember, a stock can win a race even if it's not at the high. It could be trying to come back. But, I'd have to look. I'd have to see exactly. I mean, I understand it is probably not, it's not a big percentage. It won't be a big percentage, you see. So obviously there is nothing that is really like moving that much, 1%, 0.66%. If something were really moving, that would win a race. So it's all relative. I can see right off the bat here that, it had a little bit of a move, and that percent was enough to allow it to win because there was nothing else that was really moving. Okay, so Michael, you can use our position in days range. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room was, is there a setting for, say, stocks, say, within 5% of the high of the day? Okay, so what I would do is one of our filters is the position in the days range. So if I right click, configure, search, type in position. Okay, just start typing in. Now it's called position in range. Okay, so if you add the filter, if you put 95 in here, the stock has to be within 5%. Okay, so you'll see other stocks. Now, if you want them between 90 to 95% okay, but I would start off with that. And that will show you stocks within 5%. If you don't, if you literally went 95 in the min and 99 in the max, that would show you stocks between 1 to 5% of the high of the day. So that's and then afterwards, of course, add more filters, because you just don't want to see just those stocks. So, a minimum volume, maybe a price range you like, but that would be the filter I would use to identify stocks like that to start. So it's just the position in range. So when you say you can't use Chrome with trade ideas, are you talking about, like, I don't know what you mean by that. You can use Chrome with, I mean, I use Chrome. I mean, if you're talking about my desktop, that's my browser. If you're talking about on a tablet, you can use Chrome. So you can certainly use Chrome, but Chrome maybe, I don't know. I don't know what's happening because it seems to be intermittent. Okay, so you see who asked that question earlier, China. I mean, okay, MSPR at 4.7%. This more than likely, what time is it now? Yeah, it'll win the race because it just ended, right there. So, something had to move. Obviously, but drug's also been stuck at 9 for a while, I think. It won a bunch of races early. And it probably won a bunch of races in that first 15, 30 minutes. Probably won some here at 10:45. I can see a nice pop here. Remember, these are 15-minute candles. So most of the win of most of the races that drug won were at the beginning of the day. Yeah, so Mike C in our YouTube room, I mean, if you just wanted in the race, if you just wanted to see stocks near the highs all the time, instead of, something that's pulled back, but you just wanted to see stocks near the high, you could add that position in days range filter to the configuration so that the stock has to be, say, within 5% of the high, if that's what you want to do. I mean, again, this race is not the be all and end all. It's just what I like to see. So you can see drug right now. I mean, it's moved 3% since the start of the race, even though it might be hard to see on this chart, but it's moved 3% since the start of the race. Does that mean it's going to keep going? Maybe not. And in fact, you see how, well, no, not yet. Sometimes you'll see a big red, like almost like a flame. And that means that, yes, it was moving higher, and then all of a sudden it pulls back. Like that, just kind of like that. You saw on the TCRT, it's not a huge one, but you could just sort of see that red shading. That means it is pulled back a little bit. And remember, some of these percentages, if it's a cheap stock like, $2.20, I mean, 3% looks pretty good, except when you look and say, it's a $2.20 stock. And you can tell, by the way, I mean, you can also tell what that move was at 6 cents. So you can see what the move, in actual dollars, what it is. So obviously, the cheaper the stock, I mean, the percentages can look a little bit misleading. That's why I don't get too excited when I see something a fairly low percent. I'll just check to see, well, what did it actually move? What is it actually moving in terms of so somebody was mentioning phase. So look at phase. I mean, it's a 40-cent move since the start of the race. FAZE. Now, that's an interesting one, guys. This is one that I swung, I think, overnight, one day. I think it was here. In fact, I know it was. It was this day right there, and I held it. And the next day I got rewarded, I think even the pre-market, and then kersplat. But I'm not a big swing trader. But look left now, guys. I mean, the next high is 1914, so it's got room. I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. It's been a pretty kind of a choppy day again in the SPY, guys. We had that nice move at the beginning and a downward trend. Now we're in an upward trend again, but for how long? So we've had a bit of a choppy day in the SPY. I was saying to Andy in the YouTube room before I got live back in the main room that September is usually historically the worst performing month for the market. September. Historically, doesn't mean this year, but and you can just sort of see also, I mean, the volume is really bad. And as I'm saying, in the pre-market, I usually go over the analyst upgrades and downgrades, and hardly any of them this week, either in the upgrade or downgrade side. Next week or in September, probably, but still to the end of this month, but in September, I'm sure they'll be back full force. But right now, I mean, there's hardly anything happening in that regard. Well, worse again, but the thing is, we're talking about the overall market. Typically, we don't care because these sort of stocks don't really care what the market's doing, as long as you don't mind playing, the more volatile stocks. However, I would look at this also. I mean, I've got this large cap gainers from the open. It's exactly the same as this. All I did was add in a market cap of at least half a billion, excuse me, and a float of at least 50 million. So you'll see things here which will not, they're not going to give you the 10, 20, 30% moves, but they may be a lot, I'd say easier to trade, but a little calmer to trade. Okay, calmer to trade. Maybe that's a better word. And that again is one of the scans I'm sharing. Hopefully this is going to work. Okay, so Michael Crosby in our YouTube room is saying, what is this car race? Well, I'll direct you to the user guide, and you really should take a look at that first, okay? And then it'll explain what the races is all about. And I can also, show you what this one is about. But so if you click on my homepage link, hopefully this is going to work. I'm not going to get that. Okay, good. Not getting the error. Okay, and then go to, here are my scans. So the race that you see, this one is the top one. And then the race I have on another monitor is this one, the large cap gainers from the open, okay? So if this style is a little more relaxing for you, it should be a little more relaxing. It doesn't mean you're gonna get, everything's a winner, of course. But if you're looking for a little more action, then of course the biggest gainers from the open, this one is the one. And then again, the large cap gainers, a little more sedate. Okay, so if you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, those are those two races. So if you want to learn more about races, click here on the education section, click on the user guide, and then TI stock races. So it starts off with, how to set up a race, all like how to set them up, what they're all about. Okay. I mean, I can explain it, but it's way better, I think, if you actually take a look at this, get that down, and then you can ask me questions, of course. But there's a great guide. It covers virtually everything. And it's the biggest innovation we've probably had as a company, in my opinion. Mob, guys. Mob is starting to move a little bit, just a little bit. Again, this is highly risky, highly risky, okay? But I'm waiting to see if it gets close to that high of the day. But that's just me, okay? This is highly risky. Now look at the MSPR. So I left a little bit on the table, but again, we're just seeing so much of this stuff, choppy. Very difficult to stay in these trades for me anyway. What is the volume right now for mob? 26 million. No, that float is incorrect. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. There's no way that's the float. I mean, they issued 4 million shares, so monkeypox. Sorry. So glad I don't have to talk about that anymore. So there's SIGA. Yeah, so that's why Zach put that news in there because of course SIGA was the leader, the monkeypox leader. But if cases are dropping, bye bye SIGA. Not loading for you. Are you getting a big error, Michael? Like what sort of an error are you getting when you say it's not loading for you on my homepage? Because I just clicked on it and this is what you're supposed to see. So when you say not loading, are you talking my homepage won't load or are you talking about an individual scan when you say it's not loading? And I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. So you're trying to load a scan? So okay, let's do it. Okay, so this is how you do it. So click here. So if I want to load the biggest racers from the biggest race mode, biggest gainers from the open percent. So I'm going to click on it. When I click on it, a new tab, it's going to go into a tab. Okay. And there it is right there. There is the string. So all I do is I highlight it. So I'm going to copy it, Control C. So now that is copied. And then I file, load from cloud. I would say that 99.9% of the time you will see it already loaded in that box. You can just sort of tell. I mean, I'm just looking at the end and it's the same. Now, if for some reason this box is empty like that, then I would just paste it in, Control V it in, and then load. And there it is. So if it's not working on your end, I don't know what to say. I just wanted to make sure the link was okay and all. The link is okay. But if you did exactly what I did, highlight the link, highlight it, get it blue, Control copy it, and then file load from cloud. It should be pretty, yeah, it shouldn't have to do that though, Michael. Yeah, it's weird because if you saw what I was doing and you duplicated exactly what I was doing and it's not working, boy, it's hard for me to help. I just don't know what to. Let me put a let me just put another like a cloud link in, not from my website. It shouldn't matter at all, but all right. So Pepe is saying restart, restart trade ideas. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just a little finicky today. Pepe is saying he's had that happen. Restarting has helped. So maybe try that. I've never had that issue, you know, not being able to load something like a link, unless the link is not there. I mean, that's an obvious one. Somebody's accidentally deleted it or something, but I'm keen on the mob, guys. I really, oops, you know what? I'm late for my marketing meeting, so just a minute. Okay, unmute. Hey guys, got to mute both sites. Sorry about that. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, long meeting. I had to exit right now. So yeah, the mob is. I mean, it was tempting. I almost took it. Looked at that 6:30 area. Still really interested in it. Somebody asked earlier, well, what is the plan? This is just trader psychology, in my opinion. Okay, there's no necessarily rhyme or reason for it, but if it takes out 666, that's the high of the day because of the nature of this little IPO, it could get traders interested. So that's it. Okay. Somebody asked, I think it was China, or somebody asked, like, well, how would you trade it? It's listen, super duper risky. Okay, very risky. But that is how I look at it. With these first day IPOs, if they somehow take out the high later on, they could go on a bit of a run. That's all. So, guys, okay, what's happening now? Well, you can ask the question, Mohammed, but again, this is risky, super risky. Okay, all I'm saying is that taking out the high of the day could get it running. That's all I'm saying. Nothing more I can really add. I mean, it's an IPO today. It's one of these crazy low float, low priced IPOs that sometimes can go crazy. That's all. Okay, see if there's anything else happening. So, I mean, look at drug. I mean, it obviously did win another race because last time I looked, it was at 9, but I mean, nothing happening. This is not, on this VIVK, well, I mean, it took out the high, guys. It did take out the high. I mean, eventually, it did take out that high looking left, 235. Now we're getting into this area. I'm very conservative. I start to see highs looking left. If I think they're too close, I just don't take the trade. Am I always right? Of course not. Look at this. It's just ripping right through now. You know, no, and it's okay. First of all, Mohammed, an IPO, usually for most brokers, there are no shorts available. Usually, okay. I'm not saying exactly. There are no shorts available. Usually, the first day. Certainly not at Interactive Brokers. No shorts available. Hey, listen, it may not do it at all. I mean, the only reason I'm sort of fixated on it is because I'm not seeing too much other things happening for me. Okay, that's the only reason. Aha, look at this market. Yeah, so the up, down, up, now moving down again. So a very choppy day. A lot of volume came into VIVK also. Look at that volume that came in. Biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. Big volume. See if there's any news on this. I don't think this is a liquid. I mean, 30 million shares have traded. Certainly not what I would call illiquid. I don't think that float is right though. I think this must be something from before because I mean it doesn't make sense that it has 175 million in the float. Yeah, so I can't give any investment advice. Somebody asked, is Playboy, PLBY, is it safe to enter here? Um, I mean, you're still kind of in semi-chase mode. I mean, it pulled back from 5 and it came. So it doesn't meet your trading style, your trading plan. I mean, there's all sorts of things. 509 is the next high looking left on that daily chart. What did it get to? Got to 507. That could stall it. That could stall it. Yeah, I wasn't talking about, I was talking about mob, Jorn, not VIVK. I was talking about mob. We've got, our provider has 175 million. I think that's impossible. So it's not a matter of my saying, is it safe to enter now? I mean, I certainly can't say yes, it is. I can't say no, it isn't. All I know is when I look left, where did it stall? Almost at the high, 507. And when you look left, the next high is 509. So it kind of just stalled right there. Yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, I'm not saying I was wrong. It's just that my trading style would not permit me to take that trade when it was so close to that 235. In this case, yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have taken that trade earlier. I mean, that would have been a huge percentage win, but I have to stick to my sort of plan. All right, mob trying to come back a little bit here. The mob trying to come back a little bit. And by the way, guys, hey, I forgot to mention, we do have a promo now, a new promo code for 25% off. So just give me a moment. I think it was changed on my homepage, so let's take a look. Well, the symbol is mob. I mean, that is the symbol. That was the IPO today. So mob Q could be a variation of it, but yeah, the warrants. All right, guys. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, hopefully this is going to work. I'm not going to get an error. All right. So if you click, there it is. First place 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. So there's the promo code you can use. Okay. First place 25. Just give you an idea how much it costs. So you can take 25% off that 2000 for the premium or 25% off the 1000 for the standard. But this is what I would do. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can start off with a monthly. Premium is 228 minus the 25%. Standard is 118 less the 25%. The discount is only good for the first month only. But if you take out a monthly subscription and if within 30 days you decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So there's no mad rush. If the only reason you're taking out an annual is because you want to get the biggest discount possible, well, you can always start off with that monthly. Try us out, keep trying us out. And if you really like it, yeah, you can take out an annual with that 25% off. Okay, as long as you do it within 30 days. And this is going basically to the end of the month, plus into Labor Day. So you've got time to think it over. I have no idea what you mean, Jordan. Can you give out a different? No, you can't. I don't know. So, Mohammed, you should look up what warrants are. Okay, go to Investopedia. Just a different. Okay, it'll give you a whole explanation about what warrants are. Okay, sounds like you're pretty new to trading. So, I wouldn't even be looking. No, I don't have, Jordan. I don't have one that gives 40% off. I honestly don't have one that gives 40% off. Well, again, we have the float for mob, but I just don't believe it because it came out. We have it at 175 million. I have a feeling this was maybe I don't know, a different symbol or took over that symbol from something else. Because I have here disappeared. Give me a moment. Okay, so that's what I've got here. Ipo Calendar, mob, 2.9 million shares. So there's no way it's 175 million. You know what, Jordan? I'm going to have to just delete the post. You can't do that, okay? Okay. Yeah. So, Mohammed, what you should do is go to support. I don't get involved in accounting at all, okay? Support at trade-ideas.com and ask them what they can do for you, okay? We've never had 40%. Not. I mean, we had 30%. That was the biggest I'd ever seen last week for the early test driver droppers. 40% I've never seen. So anyway, let's drop it. All right, guys, it's 3:02. So I think what I'll do is a lot of internal stuff happening right now. Good to hear, William. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. Again, there's a lot of internal stuff happening, so I'm trying to follow along. I have to respond to some things. So I'm still here. So what I'll do is just put the announcement in. Whoops, just put the announcement in. I'm on mute, but I can hop back on the mic if a question comes up. Okay, guys, so again, I'm just going to put myself on mute, but again, if you have a question, I will hop back on the mic. Yeah, so I'm talking, so beyond mine now, there's so much I can do. I mean, only so much I can do. I've got a 4K monitor, 32-inch 4K monitor. If you're not getting full screen resolution or resolution high definition in YouTube, I know there's an option within YouTube for you to get it. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Okay. But there's nothing more than I can do. But I think in YouTube, I think there's an option for high definition, something like that. And again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room talking about the resolution. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, it doesn't look good now for Mob. But there's no harm in it because, well, you shouldn't have taken it. Yeah, thank you, Dave. Click the gear to change the setting to high definition. I think, oh, okay, good, good. Yeah, because there's nothing I do on my end. It has to be on your end. All right, back on mute. But again, I'll hop on again if there is a question. What I will do right now, I'll put it in a couple of times because Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes. So I'll put the YouTube link in. He'll take over once I shut the main room down. He'll take over in YouTube and he'll go from 3:30 to 4:30. And he does that Monday to Friday. Yeah, now the last time, let me see if there's an update on that news regarding Ron Barron and all. Oops, not figs. Was that figs or Frey? No, no, that's right. Frey was the Goldman update. Yeah, so figs. So let me just see if there's an update to that. See, I still. Okay, okay. So now this is for sure because the first report we saw was this, a Reuters report suggesting, but now he's been on and he's saying it. Okay, so there you go. Because this is what we saw before, suggesting that he had done this, but this seems to be pretty ironclad now because he was on the TV. Okay. You just never know. Well, I guess he was on CNBC or he was on a station, so you can't. I don't think you can fake. I mean, I guess you could, but I don't think you can fake that. This one I almost hopped on, but the spread got terrible, so I backed off, which I'm glad I did because it moved right back down. But Faze, Faze, let's see what the spread is like. Yeah, it's still not a great spread. Okay, guys, back on mute. All right, guys, I'm just back one last time to put the YouTube link in. Chris should be there really soon. So I'll just put the YouTube link in when I head over there. Between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris will be there. Hey, guys, I'm going to shut it down. So thank you for all the help today again, as usual. I'll open the room tomorrow. I'm not talking to YouTubers, of course. I'm just talking to the main room. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. Chris,
Greetings and salutations.
I try to break my record every day. I think that was half a nanosecond respond, responding to your to the ping.
It is pretty quick, I'd say, because
Pretty quick.
I don't even have a chance to enable my mic before you said it.
Well, I already shut down the other room, so I was just waiting for you to show up here.
Gotcha. All right, I will make the screen swap as I'm sure you are ready to hit the road, sir.
You bet I am. Thanks, Chris.
All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow, Barry. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. All righty, everybody. Happy Thursday, Friday Junior. I don't know about anybody else, but this has been, I think, the slowest week I have ever experienced in my entire life. And that's a good thing, I feel like, because I want summer to last forever. Willow, what's happening? What is happening? I see Dave is hanging around. Mike C, I see some comments from you from before as I start to go through there. Muhammad, happy Thursday to you as well. So let's see. I see Drug is back David just mentioned drug rate before he came in. DRUG. Back on the scanner here, I got a price alert actually from about the high of the day here. Trying to see if it can't pick itself up, I guess. Let's bring that over here. Might as well, right? And we got a little bit of volume coming into it here. Trying to get itself up there. I won't be messing around with anything here at the close. But yeah, some volumes coming into that a bit here. And bring over the time and sales too, and you can see it, a lot of rapid fire going on here. Still doing an incredible amount of volume. I mean, look at that, 79 times what it's normally, or 80 times. Really, it's 80 times what it's normally doing. 128,000 shares, and that's significant in the sense of look at these days here with all that really heavy volume. Of course, you're going to have a good portion of that play a role into it as well. But for it to have had these massive days back here, and then we see more even so today. Now, what does surprise me a little bit with this stock here is this. You got 7 mil in the float, right? And we had this huge run there. But it wasn't like such a huge run. We've seen, now I've got a price alert set for this because I thought maybe might have a day in the sun today, INDO, but no. But we're not seeing, that same kind of low float movement that had. Now this is, yes, 3.7 mil in the float, but still 7 mil, 3.7 mil in the float. It's not like that big of a difference when it comes to that stuff. But anyways,
Figs.
That's that. I took a sizable loss today. One trade that I took today kind of really was a big bummer and left a bad taste in my mouth early on. PLUM came on my races early. I jumped it here. Really thought it was going to have that move through there, and then just came right out and got me stopped out at the low of the day today. So that really sucked. That's all I can say to that. It is what it is. Not much else I can say on that. The scan we made yesterday for the pre-market it is not selective. It is picking everything. No, that's what I was, that's what I said before, Muhammad. It something I can help you refine it, of course, but it's going to pick up anything that trades above 10,000 shares and then makes a 5-minute high. Now you can let me pull up that scan for you, because I still have it in my cloud. I didn't delete it yet. Now, there's two reasons it picks up everything. Two reasons it picks up everything. One is this 5-minute high, but I did that because if I don't put that in there, you're not going to get an alert unless something's making a pre-market high. So if something has a pre-market high up here, let's say it's $6, and it pulls back to $5, right? And then it starts to curl back up, you'll never see it on that window again until it breaks $6 again. So if you all of a sudden might have been interested at $5.50, you're never going to get an alert there. So it's, it's that fine line. So you can remove that 5-minute high and just know that, you may not see something again on a pullback. So you just have to ask yourself, what is it that you really want to see, on that pre-market? And that's why I like the races so much, because the races, if it's active, it's going to be there. If it's not, it's gone. So it doesn't necessarily have to be at the top of anything. Now, as far as regular market time goes, like I said yesterday, I would not use that in the regular market at all. I would absolutely not use that in the regular market at all. So here, I give you a revised version that's only the pre-market high if you want. let me share that out. Now it's only going to be if it gets a pre-market high plus the volume metrics. All right, so there you go. There's that for you. What else happened today? Really not a lot, you know. HUSA jumped up on the races early, gave it up all day long, basically. NEPT, same thing. Early, just couldn't get any through. VACC, this had a nice run. I unfortunately didn't catch it, and you know, had a nice run. What can you say? I missed it. That's all there was to it. TD CX, same thing. Had a nice run. I just never pulled the trigger. I had a price alert here at 10, and it just got away from me. What else? What else? What else? MLCO in China had a good move early. This is out of Hong Kong, but you know, had a nice move off the open, gave it up, and really just kind of hung out in the middle of the rest of the day. So, it was, you know, I'll be honest, this is one of the most dead days I've ever seen from the scan here, to be honest. VAC, C, we just did that. DRUG, we talked. VIVK, just not really realistically tradable. It's, you know, with $2 stock, you got a 6. You just had a 8-cent spread in there. Now it's a 6-cent spread. Not really tradable, in my opinion. You know, taking a look at this here, these big topping shadows, another topping shadow, bottoming shadow, topping shadow. You know, when it broke this level, yeah, it had a really nice run, obviously, but just not my type of trader, not my favorite kind of setup there. So it was a really, really lackluster too. Does anybody else have any sound issues? All right, Willow's got me. I will continue to press on. What else? NV, TS. Ended up being okay. I probably had my original price alert somewhere down here, and I just kept bumping it up, but I just didn't feel it today. Something felt off to me with the entire market, and so yeah, I didn't have a good pulse on the market, especially after that first bad trade on the day. I just kind of let it all go from there. Same thing, NRDY. This was really active a couple of days ago, and you know, it took out the high of the day here from that opening range. Had a nice little pop in it, but again, I just didn't feel it. I just didn't have a pulse on it. That's all there was to it. I think that's really everything that I looked at today, to be honest. Oh, CIBO. Yes, came rocking through again on the. It's such a weird stock because look, 22 mil in the float, but it doesn't really have much of a range here, right? I mean, $2 in that whole range. Yeah. I set the price alert all the same, just did not materialize to be anything significant. What else? What else? All right, Dave, thanks for popping in. Well, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. You tricked yourself. You psyched yourself out with the mute button somehow. All right, so there's that. FAZE, man, this thing won't go away, right? A lot of noise back here. And just steady creeping up after its earnings. Some sideways action, a nice move here. Be one to watch for tomorrow. Not quite a mil shares traded, so not overly liquid, but also not illiquid either, I would say. Here's one that I'm also kicking myself for. Like I said, I just didn't have a pulse today. I just, lost it. I saw this coming through here just before noon, and I thought, I mean, like I said yesterday, I talked about it yesterday, really liquid stock, but yesterday was a little less volume actually than we're seeing today, and I just couldn't get excited about it. And I mean, just all day long, just creeping up off this level here about, 315, it's up to 340 now. So, I mean, we're not setting the world on fire. It's not what we've been seeing for weeks and weeks and weeks. But like I said, I just didn't have it in me. I had no feel on it, no feel on the market today. Sounds good, Dave. Take care. With that said, just I think, and also a choppy day on the market, right? SPY. All right, Mohammed. Well, you're not going to see short squeeze in the pre-market. That's not something that happens. But I can put together something a little different for you. Give me a second here. So, we talked about this line right there and it being a really big deal. What we had here, we had this gap up, right? We gave it up. And then a nice hour move where we pulled back and we're fighting with this 416-ish line again. But the SPY's making a strong move here, and I discussed, I've discussed a lot that if I said I think we pull back to this level. I said if we can bounce off that level, bulls win, and I think we might be able to get a bull market back. If we fail this level, bears win, bear market continues, and we probably test lows again. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. And we're, holding into that line. And as the day and tapes play out, we'll see more and more what we get with that here. So here I'm going to modify Muhammad. And then, as practice, you can do this too. So I'm going to modify something, but you're welcome, it's part of, I think, getting familiar with the software, that it's super important. Right click, configure. All right. And we're going to put in a different filter here. I'm going to go change. And I would encourage you, Muhammad, and anybody else, go through filters, start to look at things in here, open up the configure of the scan and start to look at things and how you want to build it. Ask yourself, what am I looking for? And then go through, especially the filters, and we'll get there eventually, and see what filters are in here that you can use to build what you want to look for. As time goes on, you're gonna want to adjust scans and refine them. So, all right, but where I'm going to go with is change. So we have these change filters for alert windows. You can go change 1 minute and a percent. We can add that filter, and we can say, let's say if something spikes, I don't know, let's call it 1.5% in the last minute. All right. And so if something gives a spike, there'll been some kind of news or something like that, right? We'll call it revised 2. And then I encourage you to take this, see what happens with it in the pre-market, and then start to revise it as you go forward. There we go. Really surprised that NVIDIA was so strong after earnings today. Yeah, I haven't looked at NVIDIA. Well, I would never look at it. It's out of my wheelhouse, but NVIDIA. All right, so it's up 3%, 3.5%. Not shabby, but a big downtrend for that stock. Big downtrend. See if it can't break that. Let's even draw a trend line on it. So I'd love to see it break that downtrend. You got it, Mohammed. Not ready. So yeah, big downtrend there on the video. But I think, looking at the Qs overall, pretty similar stuff. The Qs held up a little longer because NVIDIA's downtrend started back there in November of last year. DRUG, we've got above $3 on this one. Man, what a move here at the end of the day for it, right? What a move. CABA. This was an active player a few days ago. So a lot of action coming down into the wire here. 8 minutes and change before we shut it down for the day on the market, on the live session. Of course, Muhammad. Of course. Yeah. And I ask you on reverse to be patient with the software too. It's a learning process, you know. But I think you'll see all of a sudden after like week 1 how you feel about it, and then look to week 3, it'll be like beyond leaps and bounds different what you were looking for and what you were scanning to how you were doing it from week 1 to week 3. You'll see it. You're going to see a huge growth in yourself with it. It really does happen that quickly. And, you know, the other thing too is, like I said, you know, I was just saying, there's so much, like, you know, bringing over an alert window configuration here. I mean, so many different alerts. What I would tell people to first focus on when they're trying to get familiar with everything here is first focus on filters, I would say. Go through filters, all right? Because filters are top lists and alert windows and races. All three, you know, require filters, right? There's just so much data in here to build scans off of, right? Then start to move your way into the alerts here. You know, the most popular alerts, they're going to be your new high, your new 5-minute high, your cross resistance. There are some people that are actually huge standard deviation people, but I think while there are some people are huge into standard deviation breaks, there's few of them, but they, you know, they swear by them. But that's, you know, I think one of those personal like things. You know, some of these alerts, I don't know if anybody uses some of them, but you've got, you know, your high relative volume alerts aside from the filter, 1 minute volume spike besides the filter, you know, some different things like that. So definitely some major stuff to consider in here. You know, halts and rooms is kind of a niche thing. You've got these different channel breakouts, you know, so there's just so much in here. I'm big on the crossed above resistance when trying to build alert windows. Crossed above resistance here, not the confirmed. I like the non-confirmed one. So AMRS, we were talking about that a few minutes ago, and really still just kind of chugging along here. Just that little engine that could, such a clean move after this consolidation here. Great stuff. What else? Wonder if INTC is safe to buy now with all those insiders been buying. Well, you know, I think we went over this before about how I feel about insiders. Insider buying, I think, is much more important than insider selling, and this is why. Let me bring up INTC. Insiders generally buy for one reason, because they think the stock is cheap and they want to own their own stock because of that reason. But insiders can sell for so many reasons, so many reasons, right? One reason insiders could sell is they don't like the stock anymore, right? But also, what if you got a set of insiders who have kids that are coming of age for college and they need to raise money for the college funds, or they're going to put an addition on their house, or they're looking to take a sabbatical from the company for a while and go on some kind of tour. So there's tons of reasons why insiders will sell. There's really only one reason insiders buy. I mean, I suppose there could be more than one reason, but you know, we're splitting hairs on some very specific things here that are, I think, are not an industry broad thing. Now, INTC, that's not a great looking chart. I mean, where, you know, where does that bleeding stop? This is literally the definition of a falling knife. One could argue it's due for a bounce, but I mean, what does that even mean? So on a weekly chart. My goodness. It has given up all of its gains since 2017. Look at that. My God. Even more than 2017. Look at this down here. On a weekly chart. You got to go back to 2016 the middle of 2016 to see it at these levels again. Good Lord, no thanks. Nope. And one person may think they're bargain hunting here, and you just very well may be buying Intel Corp there as a bargain hunt, but man, nope, not for me. Screenshot of that. Send that right out to Twitter, as a matter of fact, for fun. So anyways, look, for all I know, this thing goes on a run now, right? For all I know. So don't listen to me, but nope, not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. What else? I was watching this one, FIGS. It's a really strong close here, but again, downtrend stocks. And look how long this thing's in a downtrend for since its IPO. I guess it IPO'd last June. I mean, nice rounded bottom there, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Those rounded bottoms there. All right, and that's going to do it for the market in a few 20 seconds here. TIGR, I ain't seen you in a hot minute. I mean, obviously, the Intel insiders must think their stock is cheap. Just why? I mean, their chips are in a lot of computers still. I don't know. I got nothing on that one. Another downtrend. Just every time it looks like it's going to get back up. Goodbye. That's a wrap on the market there, folks. So, very lackluster day. I guess, you got, I guess, Jackson Hole talking tomorrow or whatever, you know what I mean? So, just wow, that's all I can say. Heck of a day. Heck of a day. Heck of a week. So last quarter on earnings was bad, but in past round because they know their mistakes. I will stay away. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Can it keep going down? But you look at something like what happened with GE back in 2008. I don't know how well I can illustrate this with a GE chart because of their split. Actually, I bet this doesn't even go back to 2008. Yeah, it doesn't even go back to 2008. Even here in 2018, more bad news comes out for them, and it's like, look how many down months in a row that has. Never really recovered after that, right? So, I mean, that's the thing that makes me nervous about it. There's just other better opportunities out there. Plus, in the end, we're still in a bear market. We're still absolutely in a bear market in the end. So you just got to be careful right now on any kind of swing positions. FLNC. Let's bring up a daily chart. All right, that's constructive. So I'm guessing lithium, right? Battery manufacturing. So, I mean, new issue. Not a great timing to issue as the market rolls over, and of course they do with it. It's beautiful rounded bottom. Nice move up. Only a little fade off of earnings and then a pop again. Right? It's pretty solid. Nice liquid stock, 1.4 mil shares traded. The market hasn't been helping its case lately, and it looks good there. You're up above this level here. That seems like a good level to work off of. It's one of those things I would say, below here, obviously, you're wrong. You might want to wait for this kind of area up here. Might want to see it clear there. No, not a bad looking chart. All things considered. Not a bad looking chart at all. You got this kind of defined down decline right here. So up above this line here, that's just, right where it was kind of bumping its head into today. Thing could definitely move. 36 mil in the float. Not a bad looking chart. You got it, man. So DRUG could not hold. Gave that right up at the end of the day. That's why I don't go chasing those things. Yeah, not much else to comment on with all this here. I think we got a lot of people sitting around. So just a little more there on that FLNC. You got your battery tech ETF right here. That looks pretty decent right there. The LIT, the lit. You got this area right here, right? Spongy area. We can, split hairs on where we want that line. But, a lot of touches of it, that line all through here, Here it is playing a role again. And so if in fact we're at the quote unquote next phase of at the phase of the next bull run, the beginning phase of the next bull run, if we were, this has positioned itself well as compared to many of the other ETFs, many of the other sectors. Look at that sector and let's compare it to some other stuff here. Let's go through and look at, for example, let's find something. The banks, not quite as nice looking. Financial, not quite as nice looking. Cloud computing looks terrible. Technology doesn't look great. And you got this, and this is why, it's got this moonshot out of it, right? And then this big curl over. I'm not a fan of things like that. Now, we've got that line right there, and if it were to bounce here, but it's also playing right along with the NASDAQ and the SPY, I would say, as well. So, retail. This looks really bad, retail. So that LIT, it didn't just come roaring up. It's been battling back, Here, it battled back, and then it held this level, right? And then it battled back. And let me see if it can hold this level here now. TAN is another one I think looks decent. Yeah, TAN looks pretty good right here. Had its sell off and battled back and came back and tested the bottom again. And held this area here. It looks like it's trying to hold this gap up here. So, yeah. So FIGS, a man on CNBC this morning was saying he invested $100 million into that company. If I understand correctly, isn't it like the Lululemon or Lululemon or however the heck you say that brand for scrubs, for hospital gear, for hospital wear, or I guess healthcare wear? Strange. Interesting, though. TXC, are you actually moving? Yes, you are. Holy cow. Oops, not pre. Wow. So pharmaceuticals. 2 million in the float and from China. Crazy. Which solar stocks would be a great buy? I don't know. This one has been holding real strong here. It seems to trade pretty close with the TAN, generally speaking, for whatever reason. Sunrun Corp. There's a solar stock. MFPG. Another one here. This is from the Royal Islands there. Great Britain. United Kingdom. Who are you? Micro Focus Product Portfolio Segments. Word salad. That is quite the move there. The time and sales on this thing right now. That's cruising along right now. It didn't trade anything during the day, so we're going to see this volume really start to spike up right now. Not huge share lots. Just seen there's a 2,000. So, but just popped well over 300,000 now. Here we go. There's some bigger share lots. Now the big boys are coming in. All right. ACLS. Let's take a look. ACLS. A huge move off the open. Just held up the rest of the day. Very nice. SXTC still at it right now. Massive volume. Well, the K-Web itself today had itself a day. And still hasn't tested this bottom down here, so descending triangle. Is that what we got going on? One could make that argument. And China's led on the way down pretty heavily, so that. VIVK making noise here in the post market? No, not really. The volume, 1 minute volume, not really anything there. ENPH. That's a good looking chart right there, man. These bases, you're sitting up here near all-time highs. That's a good looking chart right there. All right, what else? What else is happening here? The semiconductors there. Nope. Had themselves a nice day, actually, semiconductors as compared to the rest of the market. How did the SPY close? And look. Looks like it closed well, yeah? Yeah, SPY closed pretty well. So strong day. Bulls get a win. Bulls put the feather in the cap today. Good stuff. We haven't looked at meme stocks in a while. Let's look at some meme stocks. GME. Oh, not today. AMC. Nope. Finished flat. BBBY. Yeah, down a smidge. So interestingly enough, all that. APE. Oh, not so much. Big China news today. U.S. and China have agreed to let U.S. inspectors review audits. Huh, interesting. Oh, okay. Good to know. Thanks, Peter. Thanks for sharing that. GPS. Did they report? GPS. Yeah, they reported in the post-market gap. Gap brands. So big shadows up and down. Fun. ACLS based on upper daily range car race sorted by delta ALCS. ACLS. Yeah, man, that was strong today. It was strong in this sense too, where the market, made its move up and then had pulled back for a while. This really kind of just held right straight across for the day afterwards as compared to the rest of the market. I mean, took a small dip in here, but not quite as much as the SPY did. A much bigger dip from the SPY before horseshoeing back up again. Patrick, hello, quick question. Can you recommend any search criteria to find a stock to swing in the last hour of the day under $20? I mean, I would be looking at stocks that close strong, Patrick, strong with strong volume. And maybe they're, here, I can pass you this scan and you can modify it to what you want it. But I call it my evening scan. So first I'll share it, then I'll bring it up. So there's that. And then what I'm looking for in this is this. And then you can use this as a template, all right? So I have it $4 to $40, but you can adjust this yourself. Looking at it traded at least 750,000 shares on the day, one on the relative volume. I want to see them 75% above the low of 20 days. And I want to see 75% above the low of today. So I want to see stuff that's strong over 20 days and strong over today. Now, not everything is going to look great on it, but let's we'll plow through a few charts right now. So yes, but no. I'm not crazy when get rid of this. It's got this big extension, big pullback, and then a big move up like this. Not crazy about that, but you see the idea. It is a strong chart, but that overhead resistance right there. It's not crazy about that chart. Now, if this consolidates for a few days like this and the volume doesn't completely go out, then yes, then I would start to become interested in something like that. Pins, no. HPK, nah, no. Yes, but big day today. But I'd still look at this. No. No. Yes, I like that. Yeah, that's what I was doing for a little bit, Patrick, was using stock list to make a list for swing trade ideas. But the thing for me is I'm not swing trading at all right now. Until we digest some of what's going on in the real world here, I just have no interest in taking positions home overnight right now, really. Let's continue to plow through these now. That's interesting looking. I like that. No. No. Kind of. I'd like to see a consolidation after today's move. No. Steel is just too weird for me. I don't know. I'm not crazy about commodities. No. That's interesting looking. No. No. This I want to like this, but I want to like it because you got this nice rounded bottom, which you got a lot to digest through there. But you get through that, and that's pretty interesting looking. Yeah, I got you, Patrick. No, I mean, I think that I think that the race watch list, the winners list at the end, is definitely makes for a great watch list. Of course, depending on the scan, somewhat. But like I said, my thing is I'm just not looking at swing trading currently right now. But I do any of my swing trading ideas. I do a lot of homework in the evenings with that stuff for that stuff. That's interesting looking. But wait, is a pharmaceutical? All right. I would also, Patrick, if in case you're not aware, especially when it comes to swing trading, just be careful with any pharmaceuticals, anything to do with medicine, because if they've got drugs in the pipeline that are waiting for approval or waiting for test results or anything like that, you never know when these things are going to come to market. That news is going to come to market as far as the test results or FDA approval or anything like that. And you don't want to be caught holding something and you're holding it overnight. And then all of a sudden, bad news comes out for it because you could literally lose the entire position overnight. So what that MOSS, it's a, MOSS, no, what did I say? GLBE. Yeah. MSOS is pot stocks, is garbage. It's not investable to me. Unless you believe there's some medical purpose there and you want to bet on medical purposes of weed, but I mean, go for it. Not me. Freeport McMoran, it's just not participating the way I would think it should. Yeah, I just shared it up above, but I'll share it again. There you go. Goodyear. Every time I like this Goodyear chart, I mean, it's got to be like 3 or 4 times over the last 2 years. Every time I like it, it crashes almost immediately afterwards. So I trade this at your own peril. In fact, the drawings I just put on there actually make it look good. And here's why it looks good. I'm going to redraw it to show it. We got this nice base, right? And we've cleared this area and then tested it and bounced off that area past earnings. So that's nice. You still got kind of this mess to get through, but you have to ask yourself, do I want to wait for every level? Well, you'll always be waiting if you're waiting for quote unquote every level. You can draw a resistance line at every little shadow and candle body. China, not really. I mean, if China turns things around, this is a stock that could definitely make a nice move. So it might be worth watching, but again, China. Yeah, I'm just not a commodities person. When it comes to metals, at least, energy is one thing. Energy and commodities, I kind of separate. But when it comes to commodities, as far as your precious metals and stuff like that, I just don't get it. GLD. We've got highest inflation in 40 years or whatever it is, and look at gold. I don't get it. So there's just nothing there. Silver. I mean, looks terrible. Looks terrible. Gold miners. I mean, it's hard to find a worse chart than gold miners. In fact, the only worse chart probably than that is, Gold Miner Junior. I don't know. It's SLV. That's SLI, Silver Miners, maybe almost the same. Yeah, precious metals. I guess separate precious metals from real consumable commodities, and a big difference there. Been trading gold miners since 2001. Well, I mean, they had their run. Don't get me wrong, but it's look, they had a run at the beginning of this year. That was a very nice run. I don't understand why that stopped. If the old dogmatic ways of things held true, it just doesn't make sense that it stopped. Look at gold miners. I mean, I guess you can make the argument that they're on a cyclical bull run here that started in 2020. And now they're finding a base here, and they're getting ready to make for the next setup. You can make that argument. I don't know. So, what are my thoughts for it? If it shows up on my scanners and it can get $3 and hold it, I may be interested in it. Anything shorter than that, I have no interest in it whatsoever. It's a day trading vehicle. I'll let the scanners dictate what I'm looking at tomorrow. Right. So if it can get this level, if it can get 3 and it can hold, I'm definitely interested. If not, I'm not interested at all. Oh yeah, lots of you just saw that whole report that came out with JP Morgan, and their guys got caught with all that crap with manipulating it and all that. So, it's just an unfortunate part of it. So, all right, everybody, that is going to be a wrap for me here on Thursday, aka Friday Junior. Barry will have this open back at 9 tomorrow morning. I think Steve and Andy made a swap, so I think you get Steve tomorrow now at noon, if I'm not mistaken. Steve at noon Eastern for an hour. Barry will come back, and I'll close this out tomorrow, and that'll do it for this week. It's bear market still. You got the Fed yapping their mouth all week long, and the big guy really speaks tomorrow. So just be careful. Don't try to make a week in a day. If you've had a good week, it's capital preservation Friday tomorrow. If you've had a good week, you want to hold on to what you've made. If you've had a bad week, don't try to make it all back tomorrow. That's just not how it works. Tomorrow's its own independent trading day. That's all there is to it. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. You have a wonderful rest of your Thursday wherever you are, and we will all catch you back here tomorrow. Take care. Adios.